All right, it's 8:30. Welcome to the February 22nd, 2023 Natural Resources Board meeting. We will begin the webcast in 3, 2, 1. So go ahead and start.
Christopher, I've still got the, okay, there we go. Thank you. Good morning. This is Bill Smith, Chairman of the Natural Resources Board, and I welcome everyone to the Natural Resource Board meeting today. Please rise and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'll now call our hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. For those of you on Zoom, along with me and several of our board members, we're dealing with some very difficult weather conditions today, and we've got people scattered all over the state. So I would ask everyone for your patience. We hit some rough spots. We'll do the best job we can to continue the business of the Department of Natural Resources and the Natural Resources Board. Please note that there is sometimes a delay in the broadcast, and it's easy to talk over one another. Board members, please ask for the floor when you would like to speak, and be sure to state your name when making or seconding a motion to ensure that we get it recorded accurately. And it may be helpful today for those in the room, if you can raise your hand, I can see it and be able to recognize you appropriately when when you're interested in having the floor. Staff presenters via Zoom, please make sure you're muted and your videos turned off until your item is announced. Our Natural Resource Board meetings are televised live via YouTube. We welcome and thank all viewers for tuning in. Public testimony is welcomed at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. Our discussion and decision-making is transparent to all. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation for how this board has operated for more than 50 years and remains so today. I'd like to thank Secretary Adam Payne for your leadership, for you and your leadership team for your support and dedication to enhancing collaboration between the department, the board, and the citizens of Wisconsin. I would also like to give special thanks to key staff that are presenters today, to our IT staff, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all those who support and help making these meetings possible. Your time is valuable, and we appreciate your support very much. Very specifically, I would like to individually point out and recognize two people that are vital to our connection with the public and also the public connection with our partner, the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. The first of those is Ashley Bistow, our Natural Resource Board liaison. Public people have an opportunity. You can see Ashley on the screen. Public often has an opportunity to speak with Ashley over the phone or by email, and this is one opportunity for you to connect a name and a face together. So thank you, Ashley. And I would like to extend the same recognition to Kari Lee Zimmerman. Kari Lee is the Wisconsin Conservation Congress liaison and operates in a similar role as Ashley, where she meets many people on the phone and by email. And this is an opportunity for the public, again, to connect a name and a face. So thank you very much to Ashley and Kari for helping us stay connected with the public.
Hey, Kari.
Yay.
Lastly, I would like to recognize all the employees, volunteers, and partners of the Department of Natural Resources for your commitment and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of this great state. Board members, any questions or comments?
Bill? Bill,
Terry's at,
Okay, thank you. With that,
everybody
Ashley,
turn off
please
their
call
cell
the roll.
phones.
Bill, did you catch that?
I did not. I'm not following my own advice and I'm talking over people. Thank you.
Terry had a request.
Yeah, that we turn off our cell phones or silence them so that they're not interrupting you.
Well, thank you, Terry. That's a very good reminder for everybody to shut the cell phones off. Thank you. And with that now, Ashley, please call the roll.
Sharon Adams,
Present.
Paul Burr. I see.
Present.
Terry Hilgenberg,
Here.
Greg Kazmierski,
Here.
Sandra D. Nass,
Present.
Bill Smith,
Here.
and Marcy West.
Here.
We're all set.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. We have a quorum. We'll move on to Secretary's remarks. Secretary Payne.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. We have a number of special guests in the room today, as well as some young children. So welcome. It's wonderful to see a nice turnout today, especially with the weather as it is. And I also can appreciate and respect that some folks are participating virtually with the weather we have. So safety first. I just have two changes that I would respectfully ask to the agenda. First, the request that the Rebecca Wallace Award, item 6A, be elevated to immediately follow the consent agenda to accommodate the friends of the family and make this presentation. And then secondly, following that, if we could please allow Mr. Dave Clutter, Executive Director of the Natural Resources Foundation, to say a few words in support of their partnership with the DNR, again, directly after the Becky Wallace presentation. So I would ask for those two accommodations, and then I'll have a couple of remarks at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I'd support those changes and ask the board if there are any objections to that. Hearing none, we'll move item 6A directly following item 2. And we will add right after 6A an opportunity for David Clutter to make remarks relative to items 2C and 2D. With those changes, I'd request a motion to approve the February agenda as reordered.
So moved. Second.
I think I heard a motion from Terry, and who did the second come from, please?
Second from Kaz.
From Kaz. Thank you very much. Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda. All those in favor, say yes. Excuse me,
Yes.
say
Yes.
aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. The agenda is approved. With that, we'll move on to item 2, the consent agenda. Item 2A, approval of brief of action from January 25, 2023. Item 2B, acknowledgement of donation. Friends of Crex donated $25,000 to support LTEs that work at Crex Meadows. LTE is limited term employee. Item 2C, the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin will donate $28,931.92 for management of Pool 4, Pierce County Islands Wildlife Area, and $18,800 to support Cranberry Creek Mound Group State Natural Area. Item 2D, the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin Incorporated will donate $35,773.80 This donation will be used to support resources within the Lower Wisconsin State Riverway Fund. And item 2E, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation donated $18,124. This donation will be used to fund elk research in the state of Wisconsin, most frequently to pay data fees on electronic monitoring collars. And 2F, request that the board authorize a preliminary public hearing and comment period for the statement of scope for board order FH0123 for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 25 related to Lake Michigan trawling regulations. Does the board want anything from item 2 moved to item 3 for further discussion, possible action? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second, Nos.
Okay, I hear a second from Sandy. I didn't hear the original motion. I couldn't identify who it was. I'm sorry.
Here I am, Bill.
That would be
Terry.
Terry.
Okay, Terry, thank you very much. Primary motion by Terry, second by Sandy. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you. With that, we'll move to item 6A, the Rebecca Wallace Award. The Rebecca Wallace Award is given to a DNR employee nominated for making the greatest contribution toward either the improvement of relationships with external partners and organizations on environmental qualities, issues, or the mentoring of staff. The Natural Resources Board created the award as a memorial to Rebecca Wallace, who lost her life with her husband in an automobile accident in 1997. She was an 18-year veteran of the department who was known for her dedication to her work and her ability to bring people together to solve problems. We have a video that we're going to show. Chris, could you please present the video?
The Rebecca Wallace Memorial Award was established to honor the memory of Rebecca Wallace and to recognize an employee who has enriched department staff through mentorship or strengthened relationships with external partners on environmental quality issues. Rebecca Wallace distinguished herself as a tireless advocate for the improvement and protection of Wisconsin's water resources. Her positive disposition, ability to forge partnerships, and dedication to mentoring and supporting her staff were unparalleled. As a mother of 3, she set the bar for having a positive work-life balance and was active in her local community of Lake Mills.
She could accomplish things that were very difficult to do.
You always felt that you could talk to her at any level.
You felt that she cared about you and wanted you to be a better person.
She had a great vision for where to take things and recognize, where non-point source watershed programs were and where they needed to be in the future.
How do you get to clean water? That was Becky's bottom line.
Rebecca began her career with the department in 1979 as an environmental engineer in the Bureau of Water Quality in Madison. She transitioned to the municipal wastewater section before being appointed unit supervisor of the non-point source technical support team. Rebecca would lead her staff in this role for 3 years before being promoted to chief of the non-point source and land management section.
As we came in as county conservationists, it was a challenge to have input into the conservation national and state programs. With Becky in particular, it became a cooperative effort.
She set a standard for this partnership. That's what was really remarkable to me about having her as a partner. And she knew how to build trust, and so she could build things that others couldn't.
Rebecca valued everyone she collaborated with, especially her staff at the department. She worked to grow the team around her through active listening, exercising patience, and developing trust.
She empowered her own staff, which allowed that cooperation between the local conservation departments and her section.
She'd moved up into management when women weren't doing that every day. She was like a big sister, although she was younger than me, because she had so much more experience.
She trusted your abilities, and she kind of let you go and grow on your own, which was an amazing thing to have in a supervisor or as a friend as well.
Rebecca Wallace recognized the value of developing relationships and elevating her colleagues at the department. Please join the Wisconsin DNR and Rebecca Wallace's family in honoring this year's recipient.
That was incredible. And thank you to the staff who put that video together. I know for Marcy and I in particular, it's a bit of a step back in time. We worked with Becky. We loved Becky. She was an incredible leader and just such a good person. And when I was appointed to this position and saw that this tribute was put in her name and all the people that have been recognized in her name and her honor, I was just so pleased to see that. This is a wonderful legacy, a wonderful person, and we're obviously recognizing wonderful people in this organization. Mitch and Jeremy, so good to meet you today again after 27 years and meet your families. Your parents would be so proud. It was literally 26 years ago today that they passed. And so this is a special day to think of Becky and your dad and your family, but it's so good to see the family here today, and I know how proud they would be of you and your children. So thank you for taking the time to join us. It's a wonderful tribute. It's a wonderful tribute. We honor Becky's contributions to this agency, and I want to recognize the outstanding group of nominees for this prestigious award. All of the nominees stand out for their own work and commitment to the DNR mission. The nominees included Marcia Brzezinski, John Pullman, Jean Robeck Bartels, all really good people. And I also took a look at some of the tributes that were made in the past and some of the names in the past, and just some remarkable people. It has to be difficult for Marcy and former board members and staff to select these these award winners, because we have so many good people that work here. John is a property planner within the Facility and Lands Master Planning Program. He started his career with the DNR in 1996 and has been involved in many influential planning projects ever since. Many of the conservation communities benefit from Becky Wallace's positive influence from establishing partnerships and mentoring staff. Likewise, John really shines and has similar attributes and skills and characteristics that we value and that the state values. Although property planner by title, John is a trained conservation biologist. John has spent his career dedicated to sound science in our decision-making, using ecology and sociology to develop Wisconsin's master plans. John has led many statewide planning projects that now serve as guideposts for directing the department's mission of protecting and improving a healthy, sustainable environment for future generations. From the Sauk Prairie State Recreation Area Master Plan to the Land Legacy Report, which identifies the places believed to be the most important to meet the state's conservation and recreation needs over the last 50 years and the next 50 years to come. John values the importance of collaboration among our partner organizations and the public to better connect and integrate the planning and management of Wisconsin state's property resources. Many of John's team members respect him, appreciate his mentorship, seek him for guidance and advice. I think that says a lot about any individual. They describe John as someone who is always encouraging new ideas, instilling confidence in others, and continually creating a positive work environment. When Becky Wallace walked into a meeting, immediately the room brightened. If there was tension, immediately it was dampened. She took the time to be present. She engaged people. She made us all stronger. And I think when we think of people in their lives, when we think of the memories that we have of people, it's really how they've treated us at the end of the day, isn't it? when we think of our grandparents or people we've lost, how they treated us. And she certainly treated everyone with kindness and respect. And therefore, it is such an honor today to get to know John a little bit better and congratulate John for the 2022 recipient of the Becky Wallace Award. Please put your hands together for John. Now, according to the script here, we would be taking a quick photo with the vice chair. Bill, it's going to be tough to get you in on this one. But what we'll do is if you'd like to say some remarks, Mr. Pullman, and then we can continue with the other remarks from some staff, and then we can take a photo right after that. Does that sound all right with the team? All right. John Pullman, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much. Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board, members of the Wallace family, I am honored and humbled and stunned to receive this prestigious award. This is a bit of an uncomfortable position, just because there are so many department staff that deserve this sort of recognition. And it's often said, and it's very true in my case, that nobody accomplishes anything of any substance with, by themselves. It's a team effort. And for 30 years, I've enjoyed the support of colleagues and supervisors that have advised and mentored me along the way. I'd like to thank the nominating committee and the people that submitted statements on my behalf. I am humbled by your kind words. In particular, I'd like to thank my coworkers in the planning section and my extraordinary supervisor, Bill Reinisch, who you're going to hear from a little bit later today, for making what is clearly the highlight of my career happen. So our little group is a lot of fun. It's not the easiest work in the agency, and the group makes it so enjoyable. I was lucky enough to have crossed paths with Becky a couple of times in my early years. And I remember one instance in particular. I was relatively new to the department. I had spent the previous 6 or 7 years in a potato research lab before making the logical transition to the department. And working here at the DNR had been a dream of mine for a long time. And when I finally got here, I have to admit, I felt like a very dull knife in a drawer full of Jinzu cutlery. I was out of my league, and I was a little perplexed as to what my role should be or would be. The other stumbling block for me was the incomprehensible sea of acronyms and abbreviations that is the language of this place. Anyway, I was invited to a meeting with Becky and a bunch of other important people, and I was supposed to provide information about some rare fish that I think lived next to a landfill that was trying to expand. And I had studied up on these fish, and I came to this meeting and I was just spewing information that was not making any sense. And I could tell by the glazed look in people's eyes that this was not going well. And I don't know, I think I thought that if I just talked louder and faster, that would help. And that didn't work. Anyway, Becky saved me. She sitting next to me, and she put her hand on my arm and she said, "John, we're all just here to help each other. We're all on the same team." And I was never much of an athlete. To this day, I am. I think my friends and family would tell you that I'm entertainingly uncoordinated. But I really like that team metaphor. That stuck with me, and I thought about it over the years. And I've tried to think a little bit about all of the things that might go into that. First, what's the game we're playing? What are we trying to win? And I don't know if I got it right, but I think it might be something related to the fact that we're trying to make this kind of small corner of the world called Wisconsin a better place, better environment, better fish and wildlife populations and habitat, better outdoor recreation opportunities. That's what we're trying. That's the game I think we're in. What about all the people? Well, I think the players are easy. That's staff. That's 3,000 people that come to work every day. By good fortune, I've worked on projects and in positions that have allowed me to interact with the environmental quality side of the agency and the resource management side, both in Madison and out in the field. And two things stand out. One is the incredible expertise and level of knowledge that staff have about all of the things that come before you. The other thing is their genuine willingness to share that expertise and that knowledge and to try to help sharpen a dull knife. So the players are first rate. And then I was thinking some of the other people, well, head coach Payne, welcome. Seems excited. And as you realize, and you said already that you've got a lot of excellent assistant coaches on the roster. Chair Smith, members of the board, I kind of think you're the general managers of the operation. You're the ones who provide that big picture, independent sounding board that helps ground the work we do. And that's a critical component from the staff side of making this team work. Well, who are the owners? Well, I think that's easy. I think that's the citizens of this great state. They're the ones who hire us. They're the ones who expect us to manage these natural resources using sound science. They're the ones who expect us to provide outstanding recreation opportunities. And ultimately, today's population and future generations, they're the ones we answer to. So I think they're the owners. We've got a lot of partners. Clearly, they all have their own teams. And as made evident with the video, Becky was a master at partnerships and connections, internal and external. The one thing I had the hardest time figuring out is, who's the opponent? Who are we up against? What are we trying to overcome? And I don't know if I have this right, but I think it's an evolving mix of things. I think on one hand, it's simple stuff like, not simple, but apparent things like shortage of staff and funding, a lack of really good, reliable, long-term data on which to make decisions for the department, for the board, and for the public. I think another big obstacle is clearly just the complexity of the issues before you. Complex environmentally and ecologically, complex socially and politically. Those are hard nuts to crack. But maybe, at least it's been my experience, that I think some of the biggest obstacles are just the understandable passion that people bring to the topics that are the responsibility of this agency. And sometimes those opinions and desires are in conflict, and sometimes they're not. It's that hard work of trying to find the right balance that it's a pretty good sized opponent. And I was thinking maybe some of the people you all and we all hear from the most are the fans, that subset of the owners that come to the games. And they're not all cheering. Well, but they all have their own ideas about what the future should be, both for them personally and for the state. And so it's important to understand the fans. So I think often we look, and appropriately, we look for the path that leads to the least number of unhappy fans. But sometimes I think we gotta make decisions that are unpopular and that have pushback, because I think maybe that's how we score the most points in the end. That's my thought. Becky was well known, obviously, for her many, many work accomplishments, and watching the video makes clear, I think, what was most important to her. Her 3 boys, 2 of them are here today, and their kids, wonderfully. Thank you to the Wallace family, Jeremy, Mitch, and Spencer, for continuing to be part of the celebration of your mom's legacy and her work here in the department. I think it's important that we remember her, we speak about her accomplishments, and that we honor her legacy. Thanks to my family. My wife, Wendy, is here, my son, Henry, here. Our daughter, Greta, I think, is watching on TV from Atlanta in Jeeps. I sincerely appreciate your attempts to get here. Obviously, I wouldn't be here were it not for my family. And finally, well, let me say one more thing. In a weird, appropriately fitting bit of symbolism, and under the heading of "It really is a small world," Henry, my son, and Spencer, Becky's youngest, played soccer together, went to school together, and have many memories. So finally, I'm just so proud to be part of the DNR team. It's been an honor, and I appreciate everybody's help for me to get me where I am. So thank you.
Thank you, John. That was outstanding. Chairman Smith, I think I'll move right along to a couple of the other speakers, if that's all right with you.
That's just fine with me. Adam, if I can just inject a couple very brief comments to John. John, you've been a valued colleague and a friend for years, and I just want to extend my congratulations to you on both a professional and personal level. I just wish I was standing there with you so I could shake your hand. Very appropriate award, and I only ask that your comments did a great job of setting the big picture, and maybe you could come back every meeting and do some introductory comments to our board deliberations. It would be very, very helpful. Thank you very much, and again, congratulations, John.
Mr. Chair, I know we have 2 additional speakers, Phil Reinisch and Dan Bauman. We're going to come forward and say a few words as well.
We're going to be brief, right, Bill?
Yeah, it's under 400 words, I think. Well, we have the unenviable task of following up a John Pullman speech, but Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board, it's an absolute honor today to be asked to say a few words about our friend and colleague, John Pullman, as he receives this award today. If you've read some of the materials about John in the lead up to today's award ceremony, you've no doubt read that he's a mentor to his colleagues, and I am lucky to say that I am one of those folks, as are many in the room and on the call today, that have received that mentorship and had the opportunity to not only learn from John, from his encyclopedic knowledge of natural resources and outdoor recreation, but in how he frames our work in terms of public service and in his interactions with the public. It's a pretty common joke in the property planning section that if you ask John for a one pager, he'll give you 5. And that's only if he's extra busy with a few other things to do and did have time to get you more. So while we joke about it, it's a reflection of John's deep knowledge base and his passion for sharing what he knows and hoping it can lead to good outcomes. John extends this thought process to his interactions with the public, where he uses his knack for translating bureaucratic parlance into understandable lingo so that the public can focus less on trying to translate the process and more on meaningfully engaging with the planning process and leading to good outcomes. I think there's no better example of this than a few months ago on a day much like today, when over 30 speakers drove down from Wausau to talk about the Rib Mountain State Park Master Plan. John was the lead planner on that. And while we had over 30 speakers and those folks drove a long way, more than a few of them took the time to compliment John on his work on a plan that had no shortage of public interest and potentially controversial topics. And I just thought that said a lot about John, and it wasn't a surprise to any of us that have worked with him over the years. So from the land legacy report to 3 SCORP processes, the stories could go on, and I'm certain there are more to come. But for now, Pullman, on behalf of your colleagues in the property planning section of the department, as a member of the public who learned a lot from your materials before I joined the ranks of department employees, congratulations and well-deserved. You're a great example of what the Rebecca Wallace Award represents, and someone that we'll all continue to learn from.
Thanks, Phil. Chair Smith, board members, Secretary Payne, Dan Bauman. I'm the Secretary's Director for West Central Region out of Eau Claire, and I was fortunate to be one of the co-sponsors for the award process this year, along with Dave Siebert. Upon Dave Siebert's retirement, Tim Cook volunteered to step in and help us shepherd the process forward. And I just wanted to take a couple minutes to acknowledge the team that continues to put this process together. John Budzinski was the committee lead, and Susie Hoscheider, Susie in the back, she's really the heartbeat of this whole thing. All the materials you see, getting the committee together, that's all her work, as well as the video. She was instrumental on that with Dan Helsel, who was the committee lead last year. The committee itself, the nominating review committee, is made up of an individual from each of the divisions, as well as last year's recipient, Jim Fisher, if you recall his comments from this time last year. And of course, our board member again this year, we had the privilege of having Marcy participate in that process. And we look forward to the 23 process as well. I would close with offering appreciation and thanks to the board. You know, it was talked about back in '97, this board put together this award, directed the department to come up with a process. And what that said to all of us employees since then is you care about the work we do, that you challenge us to do it in the likeness of how Becky did her work. And if there's any employee that wants to know what success looks like as a DNR employee, you're telling them, look here, this is where you find success. These are the people that are successful. Look at Becky Wallace and the award presentation if you want to know what success looks like, and we're going to continue to carry that on. So a big thank you to the boards all the way up to now, and for your continued support of this process, because it means a lot to us in speaking for all of DNR employees. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you, we're just going to then take a couple of minutes to take a few photos with the award recipient and the family if they wish, and let people depart. So can we take a
1 second? Sandy had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if you could see Sandy Nass's hand was up.
I didn't see it, no. Sandy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in a plug as well. Thank Becky's family. I had the opportunity to work with Becky also early in my career in Adams County, and then again in Bayfield County through the Non-Point Source program. And I just want to thank the family. She had a big impact on my career, and I think probably is a reason I'm sitting here today. So thank you, and congratulations, John.
Awesome.
Thanks, Andy. Any other comments from the board before we move to pictures?
Would the family be willing to come up so that the board members that had to be Zoomed could meet you as well? We had the honor to meet you this morning. Who's the leader of the family that would want to introduce everybody? There you go.
Good morning. My name's Jeremy Wallace. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. And so I'm Becky's oldest son. And once again, really want to thank the DNR for continuing to do this. Secretary Payne, thank you for your comments. John, it's great to reconnect, and thank you for that amazing connection and the speech and everything that you did to recognize my mom. And and Sandra, thank you also for your kind words. It's very nice of you to say. So the rest of the family's here. Mitch, my brother Mitch, most of the family's here, I should say, with his wife Robin, and then son Desmond, and Simon there. He's got his hands full, as you can see in the background. And then
The donuts haven't kicked in yet.
yeah, that's right. And then my daughter Celia is here. You can stand up, see. And then so she's a junior at Madison West, and then my son Jonah, a freshman at Madison West. And unfortunately, my wife could not make it today. She has to work. And then our youngest brother Spencer lives in Scotland, so he's watching from afar with everything here. So, but yes, we're very honored to have the DNR continue doing this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Pictures.
Bill, they're just gonna plop your head on my face, okay?
Right. You'll do fine, Marcy. Thank you for brightening up the picture.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah, wherever there's some room.
Would you like to stand for photos? Are you gonna hold it?
John.
All right.
Marcy, I can't see the activities down there. Let me know when the pictures are over and the field is clear to proceed.
Yep, you're all set to go, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What a inspiring presentation and remarks. It's just wonderful to be able to extend the legacy of Becky Wallace and to continue such an inspiring award. Thanks to everybody involved. Mr. Secretary, we have one more item that I think you wanted to introduce under item 2, and that was David Clutter. You want to do the introduction on that? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'd like to invite Dave Clutter of the Natural Resources Foundation to please come forward. Is he with us or is he online?
I am online.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Yes, due to the snow day, yet another, I am home with my kids today. So I hope everyone can hear me okay.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate this opportunity to introduce myself today in the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin to our new Secretary Payne and our board members, and congratulations to you all. And to say hello to some of my longtime colleagues and friends. And to John Pullman, congratulations, John, on your well-deserved recognition. I first met John about 20 years ago when he was slaving over the Land Legacy Plan, which was just an outstanding document. So congratulations. And to Chair Smith, it's great seeing you today. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to take a moment here this morning to introduce the foundation to those of you who may not know about the foundation, and highlight a few of our key partnerships with the department. I'll try to be brief here, but the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin was founded as a friends group to the Department of Natural Resources in 1986. And we help protect Wisconsin's lands, waters, and wildlife by providing strategic funding, leading conservation partnerships, and connecting all people with nature. We're a staff of about 12 with about a $1.4 million budget and have a membership of about 5,000. Some of our key programs, and some of those were highlighted today during the meeting, but our field trip program and our Great Wisconsin Birdathon, thanks in great part, frankly, to our partnership with the department, as well as many NCOs around the state. NRF connects thousands of Wisconsin citizens to the lands, waters, and wildlife of Wisconsin through about 300 field trips annually. In addition, we run a spring fundraising field trip, our Great Wisconsin Birdathon, that raises money for our Bird Protection Fund and supports the highest priority bird conservation projects throughout the state. In addition, through our conservation grants and convening, NRF granted out in this past year, 2022, over $1 million through about 241 grant projects. We help facilitate conservation planning and development around biodiversity conservation and climate resilience. And in addition, several years ago, we started a new diversity and conservation internship program that engages students from Wisconsin-based colleges and places them with the department, as well as other Wisconsin-based nonprofits. And then finally, and you saw some of the gifts come across today through our Wisconsin Conservation Endowment. The foundation holds over 120 permanent endowments through our Wisconsin Conservation Endowment that support conservation and environmental education projects throughout the state, including the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Fund, which there was a distribution that you all saw today, which was established by former DNR employee Paul Brandt. We also partner with the department to hold other funds, such as the Wisconsin Wetlands Conservation Trust Fund, the Cherish Wisconsin Outdoors Fund, which you saw a couple of distributions from that today as well, and a number of escrow funds. And I just wanted to give you a couple of brief examples before I close of really the power of some of these funds. Since inception, the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Fund has distributed about $350,000 for habitat conservation projects within the Riverway. And that was around 2006 that fund started going. Also, the Cherish Wisconsin Outdoors Fund, over the course of the past 8 years or so, has built a corpus of about $1.8 million. That's kind of where we stand today. And that fund just continues to grow by about $400,000 per year. So that 4.75% distribution that's coming off these funds each year is going to continue to grow and grow as these funds grow. So in closing, I just wanted to recognize our longstanding partnership with the department. It's a powerful, effective, and growing partnership. And as someone who's devoted my 27 years in the nonprofit sector, I really believe in the power of public-private partnerships as the key to long-term success around our resource conservation needs. Whether engaging thousands of people annually through our field trip program, improving public access to natural land, or enhancing wildlife habitat, our public-private partnership with DNR is improving the lives of thousands of people each year throughout our state. And we're only looking to grow these numbers and our impact, particularly among those that have been historically underserved. So with that, thank you very much for letting me say a few words this morning. And I just wanted to thank the NR board for your leadership as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Good to see you. And congratulations to you, your staff, the board, and your membership. You've just grown tremendously over the years, and the impact that you have on conservation in Wisconsin, serving our citizens, is tremendous, and it's wonderful to have the foundation as a partner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Smith.
Okay, with that, I'll just note for the record that item 3 has no items that have been moved to it. So we'll move on to item 4A, which is a action item. Item is a request that the board approve statement of scope for board order WM-18-22 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 10 and 45 related to the 2023 Wildlife Management Spring Hearing Rule. Scott Carroll, Wildlife Policy Specialist, please.
Morning, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, thank the board. I am Scott Carroll, Wildlife Policy Specialist. And before you today is the scope statement for WM 1822. So you may remember from last month's meeting, we brought our potential spring hearing questions to the board for approval. They were approved to be put on the April spring hearing ballot. What this spring scope statement would do would allow us to begin rulemaking on those questions, depending on the outcome of how the spring hearings go, and bringing them before the WCC convention in May. So this would allow us to bring rules. We would then bring forward a rule package outlining the input we get not only at our public hearing but at the spring hearings for the board to then consider at a later date. So be happy to answer any questions on the scope statement.
Bill, you're on mute.
I am. Thank you, Marcy. Are there questions from the board, please?
Move to approve.
Second. As
Okay, so it sounds like Terry made the motion, Kaz the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Good job, Scott.
4A is approved. We'll move on to other approvals. Item 4B. Request approval of the Central Sand Plains Regional Master Plan. Phil Reinisch, you promised you would reappear during the board meeting, and this is your opportunity.
I did promise I would be back, so
This might not go quite as fast.
we'll see. We'll see. So thank you, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the board. I am Phil Reinisch, the Property Planning Section Manager. I'm here today to talk about the Central Sand Plains Regional Master Plan and request your approval. Oh, I have a clicker. So as you can see, the Central Sand Plains is located in central Wisconsin. And it's characterized by many grasslands, forests, wetlands, as we see in this picture of Sand Hill Wildlife Area.
Greg, they're talking about the plan if you want to hear it.
The Central, whoops, see now, get the clicker out of control here. The Central Sand Plains has over 73 department properties in it. It is an area that is heavy in wildlife areas. You'll see that deeded acres at over 125,000 acres of wildlife areas, which does include leased acres, and then a number of our classifications for properties, state public access, state habitat areas fall into our SAP, or speaking of acronyms, as John mentioned earlier, or statewide scattered acquisition authority properties. And part of this process is assigning names to those properties. So just a big delay here on the click. I apologize. So public involvement has been robust in this process. There were two formal public involvement periods. The first happening in the fall of 2019 for the initial public input, when we asked the public, what would you like to see on these properties? What are the issues? What are the opportunities for management moving forward? And then a draft plan public review period in summer of 2022, when we had a virtual meeting as well as an in-person meeting at Pittsville High School. Topics of interest have included future management of Sandhill Wildlife Area. This plan proposes continuing status quo management of that property, specifically the perimeter fence and deer farm license, resource protection, especially for those grassland resources and for cold water resources, a lot of trout streams in this area, and then recreational opportunities on department managed lands. It's a area that has a lot of the traditional and nature-based outdoor recreation activities that occur, as well as other activities, including motorized recreation at the Black River State Forest. The proposed management highlights, it continues and enhances many of those recreation opportunities and facilities. It includes opening up some public access points to some of our previously properties that are a little harder to get to at times. So where property management sees it's appropriate to add parking areas to those properties to enhance that access, maintains and enhances important resources in the region, including those grasslands I mentioned, pine oak barrens, and both upland and lowland forest cover types, and then continues that status quo management of the farm raised deer license at Sandhill. Real estate management, I mentioned the SAP process before. This is a process where we take properties that don't have formal names or have names in our system, like Wood County Wildlife Area number 1 or Wood County State Habitat Area number 1, that don't mean a ton to the public and can make it hard to locate. We assign names to those. That updates our databases and updates many of the databases that rely on us, make those easier for the public to identify. And then when they communicate with us, we're all talking about the same property as well. So it's a cleanup action that has a big impact. Project boundary adjustments, looking at where it makes sense to expand a project boundary, and also where it makes sense to maybe focus our efforts a little bit more where we will not acquire, and then corresponding acquisition goal adjustments. And those can all be found in Appendix B of the plan. So finally, the department recommends approval of the Central Sands Regional Master Plan, and I'm happy to take questions now.
Are there any questions for Phil?
Yeah, Bill, I do have a question. It's Terry.
Go ahead.
Phil, we received, which I read last night, the big stack of people that want to do climbing.
Yep.
Is the department going to be addressing those concerns?
Yeah, we can address that now or after. I know there's a few speakers here that want to talk about that, but so I guess I'll briefly say that climbing is under NR 1.33 a traditional outdoor activity that's allowed to happen on department lands. So that doesn't mean we manage for it, but it's allowed to happen everywhere except for state natural areas where you can still boulder or scramble or types of rock climbing without technical equipment, but the technical equipment like ropes is restricted on most state natural areas, the exceptions being a few that are named in NR 45. So from our perspective, you know, a number of folks mentioned that they'd like to see that recognized, that they wanted to see climbing recognized as an activity. From our perspective, there's a lot of activities that happen on department lands that don't necessarily get called out specifically because they're just allowed to happen. You see mention of that on page 16 of the plan. I do have some language that we can talk about potentially adding that would further that acknowledgement, and we can do that before or after the speakers, whatever the board prefers. But that's that's our general approach, Terry, on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like to have the speakers go next before the rest of the questions, or did you want to continue?
Well, I wanted to see if there were any questions of Phil on his presentation. Then we'll go to the speakers that have signed up, and then we'll move it more into the debate. So we can further discuss this language that Phil mentioned after we get the presentations. I just want to check and see if there are any other board questions for clarity on the presentation before we move forward.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, Sandy
Sandy, I
Noss.
see your hand. Go ahead.
Okay, I had, thank you, Phil, for the briefing. I think it was last week, everything kind of running together. But you mentioned about the deer farm license that's going to be maintained. And could you explain how this deer farm, this Sandhill Wildlife Area, I think is different than like a private deer farm? I didn't ask you this before, but I was just thinking about this past week.
Yeah, sure. So, and I'm happy to have others that have more expertise in private deer farms address it if I can't address it fully, but I'll say this is a large department property that is fenced in. It's been historically fenced in for years, decades. And it's a place where a lot of research does occur from the department as well as the department's partners. So in terms of differences with private farms, again, not being familiar with the operation of private farms, it's hard for me to say, but it's a research facility as well as a public use facility where folks can drive through that fenced area and see wildlife that perhaps behave a little differently. I've driven through it and had to kind of chase some wildlife out of the road as you go through, because they're easy to see, and it's a great experience to learn about kind of the Wisconsin landscape and different pieces of that. So there's the public use component as well as the research component that we maintain on that site.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Any other questions for clarity? With that, we'll move on to the 4 public speakers that have signed up for this item. First one is Doug Hemken.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Doug Hemken. I'm here on behalf of the Wisconsin Climbers Association. And we are opposed to approving this plan because of what's not in it. It failed to address any of the climbing issues that were raised in the public comment periods. And we've been told for years, decades actually, that we need to have climbing in these master plans. This particular plan should mention bouldering on the properties where it occurs. Land managers and climbers both find this confusing to not have it explicitly recognized. They don't know what's allowed. And we've had DNR land managers try to ban bouldering. The rope climbing should be allowed in areas where decades of use has had no appreciable impact. The demarcation between state natural areas where climbing is allowed and where climbing is not allowed has always been arbitrary. There's never been any clear criteria for that. In the Central Sands, where there's a long history of climbing, you can't tell where climbers have gone, and there's no basis for banning them on these particular properties. The use of fixed anchors needs to be addressed. 20 years ago, the department and the NRB made a choice to leave fixed anchors unregulated, and land managers find this confusing. We need to be in master plans generally. Climbing, technical rock climbing got its start in Wisconsin in the 1920s. Nearly 100 years ago, Wisconsin was one of the first places in America for what we now call climbing. That may seem a little surprising given our lack of mountains, but that's our history. Climbing is recognized in administrative code as an appropriate use of non-designated use areas. There are restrictions on many of the state natural areas. In administrative code, climbing is defined primarily by the safety equipment that's used. The benefit of this definition is that you don't have to be a climber to recognize one. We're talking about the people who use ropes and not the guy who says, "Here, hold my beer." The definition does fail to address bouldering, which uses different safety equipment. The definition of climbing looks like it was written about 40 or 50 years ago, and climbing's evolved. As you heard, there is a policy on rock climbing in R133. Rock climbing should be considered in master planning for department properties which contain areas where rock climbing may occur. So climbing is primarily a dispersed activity that takes place in these non-designated use areas, but there are issues that come up that need management. One issue is the arbitrary climbing closures, of which we've seen quite a few. One that's not in the state natural areas. In 1993, there were 2 sandstone areas of Devil's Lake that were closed to climbing, just climbing. A few years later, one area was reopened, the other one remained closed, with the promise that it would be reevaluated in a couple of years. It's been 25 years now. We've talked to several superintendents over those years. We've walked out there with a regional parks director. Their response has been, this needs to be addressed in master planning.
Mr. Hemken,
Yes.
your time is exceeded, so if you could wrap it up, please.
Okay. There are lots of other issues that need to be addressed. This policy was put in place 20 years ago, and for most of the last 20 years, climbing has been completely ignored in master planning. We thought we had turned the corner on that a few years ago, actually, thanks to John Pullman. I think that award is very well deserved, as do you all. And we've been put in a couple of recent master plans, but with this one, it looks like we're going back and you don't want to talk about things anymore. We can't talk about things with property managers. We can't solve problems. You have a lot of expertise that we don't have. We have a little expertise that you don't have. Our goal has always been to work with the DNR. And this property plan is telling us perhaps we should give up on that goal. Please don't approve this plan.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question of Mr. Hemken?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for your comments, and we do appreciate the number of climbers who wrote in. I guess my concern is in protecting state natural areas and cultural sites in this plan.
Both.
That it is understood that we feel the responsibility to protect those. So my hope is, and I guess that's my question, is it clearly understood in the network of conversation with the rock climbing clubs or groups that state natural areas and culture sites are treated different and have special layers of protection?
Absolutely. The cultural sites at Mill Bluff should just be closed to the public, period, including us. The state natural areas, we love these areas the way they are. They're special because of the natural resource, the environment that's there. That's its climbing value. And we do want to see that preserved.
Right, but
there are state natural areas where we think everybody should stay off the cliffs. I mean, I think of Parfrey's Glen or Peewit's Nest. There shouldn't be climbing in those places. We're happy with that.
Okay.
But the properties that we're talking about here in the Central Sands have a long history of climbing, going back to the 70s.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that it's understood that the level of protection for state natural areas and cultural sites should be that level above. Okay, thank you. We probably need to move on unless somebody else has a question for Mr. Hemken.
Thank you, Marcy. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Hemken. We'll move on to the next speaker, Burton Lindquist, please.
Hello, my name is Burton Lindquist. I'm a longtime climber. By the way, thanks for letting me speak to the DNR board. I'm a longtime climber in Wisconsin areas all over the state. I'm originally from Eau Claire. I climbed in the Central Sands area quite a bit in the 70s and 80s. And then after the DNR put restrictions in place, stopped it, and abided by all the rules that were given and respected that, because that's all really nice land. It's beautiful land. We respect that. I respect the DNR for what they do. But there are places in the Central Sands where the rock quality is suitable for rock climbing, and it has been climbed on over the years. It may not look like it now because people aren't doing that. So it's important for climbers and me and my friends that the language is in there for that area so that we're recognized as users. And it's not. So that's why we ask that you do not accept that proposal as it is written now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Are there any questions for Mr. Lindquist?
Yeah,
Sure.
This is Kaz. I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what is it with rock climbing that you perceive as detrimental to the environment?
There could be overuse issues. Trails can get stamped out. You could, I'll admit it, mosses and grasses and things on the rock could be eliminated that maybe shouldn't be in places.
Okay, but is that from the actual climbing or is that just from traffic?
Traffic.
Okay,
But that happens with hikers too and skiers.
right.
I mean, it happens, but really depends on the rock quality. And there's just places that are just not suitable for it. And generally they fall under places that aren't being allowed for climbing as it is. But there are spots here and there within the Central Sands where rock climbing is pretty high quality, and it should be allowed just like a hiker or a boulder, because they do recognize bouldering as an activity.
So the act of climbing really isn't detrimental to the environment. It's more the act of getting
Coming
out
and
to the
going.
spot. Right,
I mean,
okay.
That's part of the importance of having the language in there. It can help to restrict the things that really would be bad for the environment. And we can direct people to, without any language, there's no talking back and forth. In
Okay.
that if we don't have that language in the proposal, we have nowhere to move as far as our voices being heard. So I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it really helps to have some base to start at, because that hasn't been there in the last 25 or 30 years. So it's just yes or no. There's no in between.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Lindquist. Our next speaker is Sharon Swab, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, I believe the host has stopped the video, so hopefully you can hear me all right. Let me see. Oh.
Now we hear you.
And we can see you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. This testimony has been approved by the Dane County Conservation League Board of Directors, long-term partners with the department and owner of more than 4,000 acres in the Buena Vista Wildlife Area that are open to the public. In general, we support the Central Sand Plains Regional Master Plan However, there are a few specific items, especially within the Buena Vista Wildlife area, that I will address to you this morning. Although understandable, it is disappointing that the two state natural areas within Buena Vista have not been maintained to retain their designation. However, DCCL understands the changes and reluctantly accepts their removal from the state natural area system. Dane County Conservation League opposes the establishment of additional parking areas within Buena Vista. The plan noted trash and lack of maintenance at dead-end roads used for parking that department staff, rather than the town of Grant, responsible for the road, tend to maintain. Collaboration with the town to better maintain the existing areas and expansion of these sites is preferred rather than additional new sites. DCCL strenuously opposes any snowmobile trails that traverse any portion of Buena Vista. As noted in the plan, there are 26 miles of public roads surrounding this wildlife area. Though snowmobiling occurs on frozen ground, impressions from the machines exist year-round, creating grooved predator paths known to diminish the survival chances for ground nesting and grassland-dependent birds. The 2022 Greater Prairie Chicken Management Survey indicates a very promising upturn of this population. Excuse me. So creating snowmobile trails through this critical habitat now, we believe, is the wrong choice. The Snowmobile Club already has right-of-way access along public roads that they can use. Although not mentioned in the regional master plan, DCCL wants the department to consider a September 1 start date for dog trialing rather than August 1st within the Central Wisconsin Grassland Conservation Area. This request has been made before, and we want the department to consider it seriously now. Buena Vista, Leola, and Paul J. Olson wildlife areas provide the best and last strongholds for the greater prairie chicken, a threatened species. Giving the broods another month of growth without pursuit by dogs will provide a better chance for this species to survive and thrive. My last points. Dane County Conservation League greatly appreciates and congratulates the Natural Resource Board for passing a 10-year management plan for the greater prairie chicken, the iconic Wisconsin bird that represents the beauty and promise for all grassland species in the state of Wisconsin. We have been buoyed by the approval of the 520-acre purchase within Leola Wildlife Area, collaborated with funds from the department, Pittman Robertson, the Nature Conservancy, and us. We support the Central Sand Plains Master Plan with the exceptions noted in today's testimony. I will provide a copy of this testimony to the NRB liaison for your kindest consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schwab. Any questions from the board? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll move on to our fourth speaker. Thank you, Sharon. Our fourth speaker is Jerry Knuth. Jerry, please.
Who's having issues with his microphone?
Could you hear that, Bill?
I did not.
Apparently he was having trouble with his microphone. Are they still working on it, Ashley? Oh, here he comes.
I'm not sure his microphone is working.
Mr. Knuth, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. If you could give it a test.
Well, they're working on that. Why don't we proceed to board debate discussion? Moving into that, I guess I'd ask for a motion and then we can go into the debate on this.
I'd move approval on the plan for
Okay,
purpose.
Marcy makes a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second, Nos, second.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay. Questions, comments from the board?
Bill, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can we ask Phil to come up, and obviously there's been some internal discussion on the rock climbing issue as to what the department would like to recommend to the board.
Chair, is it all right to? I'll proceed. Yeah, Terry, so when we saw the comments come in to the board here, we looked back at what did we do here? And we noticed that on page 16, we noted that a number of activities are allowed on department lands, but maybe don't get managed extensively for that or at all, but they are allowed. I think we use nature photography, geocaching, and rock climbing as some examples there. I think you heard from Mr. Hemkins' comments and from others that perhaps a little bit more acknowledgement would solve some of the issues they've had with property manager public confusion in terms of what the policy actually is and what the plan actually says. So we're actually in the process of working on a rock climbing common element to clear that up for future plans. That wasn't complete by this plan, but we did have some language in there that we thought might be useful to add to this to kind of clear that up. And I'll read it off if that's okay, and then leave it to the board. It would say a paragraph here: rock climbing is considered a traditional or recreational activity that may occur on department lands per NR 1.33 with Wisconsin Administrative Code. Bouldering and scrambling, types of rock climbing generally performed without the use of equipment, are allowed on all department lands unless posted closed to all public access. Rock climbing with equipment such as cams, nuts, carabiners, anchors, ropes, etc., may occur in non-designated use areas on most department lands unless posted closed, except for state natural areas where it is allowed only under specific circumstances as provided for in NR 45, Wisconsin Administrative Code. So that kind of clarifies, I think, for the property managers and for the public, what we mean by some of these things. Certainly bouldering and scrambling, they don't use equipment. We view those almost as walking activities, just as many as all department lands, unless posted close to all public access, are allowed to have that occur on them. So I think that would help clear up some of the confusion, and we're trying to be responsive to some of those thoughts that we've heard and really address that topic that we've heard in those comments to you all.
So Phil, do you have a specific place in the plan itself that you would insert this?
I do. Page 16 at the end of the fourth paragraph would be a good place, I think, to insert that. That fourth paragraph talks about foot travel already. Foot travel, including skiing and snowshoeing, is allowed on all service roads, dikes, berms, and fire breaks unless restricted during habitat management activities, and then give some examples of those, or due to safety concerns. We could then say rock climbing, lumping it in with that traditional and nature-based outdoor activities that are allowed on all department lands.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Terry.
I'd like to move to amend the main motion to include the department recommended inclusion on page 16.
I will second that.
We've got a motion to amend the main motion from Terry. I thought I heard a second, but I'm not sure where it came from. Kaz, thank you very much.
Seconded.
And we have a second from Kaz. Questions, discussion from the board on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, would it be out of order to call Mr. Burton back up that testified and see how he feels about this amended language?
Well, it might be, but I think it's a good idea. Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Mr. Burton, are you available yet? Please come to the podium and the microphone.
I'd actually think my co-ord Doug might be a better choice, but I
Well, it doesn't matter. Either one of you guys is fine.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Happy. I'm happy with that.
Go ahead and introduce yourself again into the mic so we've got a good record of who's speaking.
No worries. I'm Bert Lindquist, a longtime Wisconsin climber, and I'm personally happy with that provision.
Okay, all right. That's just what we needed to know.
Thank you, Mr. Lindquist. Other discussion from the board on the amendment?
I have some, or not some, but just one clarification, Phil, from Kaz's previous question about the difference. The ropes do make a difference in natural areas or at cultural sites. So we feel comfortable that the amendment would still recognize the protection.
It recognizes the protections in NR 45, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Call the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We've got a amendment to the master plan for language addition on page 16 concerning clarity for technical rock climbing activities. Motion by Terry, second by Kaz. Any questions on the motion that we're voting on? This is on the amendment. Hearing none, I'd ask all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The amendment passes. Now back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion to approve the plan now as amended?
Bill, is there,
Marcy.
is our person that was having trouble with his microphone regarding this subject available now or no?
His
Before we vote.
technology isn't working, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for checking in, Terry. Marcy, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Before we lose Phil, Ms. Schwab's comment about the snowmobile trail in the Buena Vista. Do you want to take a minute to
Sure.
help us out with that?
Yeah, the snowmobile trail recognizes the department's general practice of providing connectivity to regional trail networks in using snowmobile trails where possible. I will note that the plan notes that it has to be the corridor should be compatible with the property's resource use objectives as well. So, you know, if the property manager were to find that it was negatively impacting, they could adjust that corridor accordingly to try to address some of those issues as well, if that were to occur.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions, comments from the board? I have one I'd like to add, just a question of Phil. Phil, the speakers talked about a history of climbing in the Central Sands area, I think back in the 70s. Are there existing places in this area that are still available to climbers?
Sure. Within this region, there are several climbing areas as well. You heard the bouldering opportunities that were mentioned, but also Owens Rock, which is on Leola Marsh Wildlife Area, is an area where folks do climb. And then there are several on non-DNR lands as well that allow for climbing and that, based on my understanding, does receive some level of active climbing activity. Of course,
for clarity purposes to the public, is it possible to post some of those locations where technical climbing is allowed? I know that the code speaks clearly about it, but for the general public person, there's only a few of these locations there. And I'd suggest maybe some additional signage might be helpful to clear it up for everybody.
Yeah, noted, Bill, and I'll be sure to relay that back to the team.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, I'll call the go ahead.
Sorry, late bloomer here. Just a last question for Phil. Just hearing about the wanting a month later dog training start date in the Buena Vista Marsh area. Is there any concern about dogs being in there in August instead of September?
So the wildlife management program is certainly aware of that comment, and we're all in agreement that perhaps the master plan is not the best place to address that. It's more of a policy decision. If we put it into the master plan and then change it from the 1st to the 15th, now we've got to go through a master plan change process and some additional administrative pieces that could probably be avoided by using other policy processes to address that.
Thank you.
So it can be done just in a different method.
My understanding is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comment from the board? And I will pause to wait.
I'm not seeing any in here.
Thank you, Marcy. You're my eyes and ears. Hearing none, I'll call the primary question. The question before us is the primary motion to pass the, to approve the Central Sand Plains Master Plan as amended by the amendment to add language to page 16 with respect to technical rock climbing. So again, on the primary motion, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The plan is approved. Thank you very much, Phil.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Good job,
Phil.
Phil.
Good job, you guys.
Yeah, good job.
And thanks to all of our citizen presenters. Your comments were helpful and helped us come up with a better decision in the end. And that's what it's all about. Thanks.
Bill, if I could make a comment, please.
Yes, go ahead, Terry.
I trust that especially our newbies understand the availability of staff to brief us on these issues. And I just want to acknowledge Phil for the great job that he did. I think Monday night, like at 7 o'clock, he returned my phone call, which I very much appreciated. It tells you the dedication of our folks. And I think the planning department did a great job with this. And, you know, there's a fair amount of controversy in any of these master plans, as Phil mentioned with the introduction of John with the Wausau area. But well done by the planning department, and obviously a tribute to the department for their leadership on this. Thank you.
Very fitting, Terry. And I'd just like to add to that one little note. It also reflects on the dedication of board members burning the night oil to get their homework done.
Yeah.
Just an example of everybody pulling together and giving a little bit extra to make good decisions for natural resources. We're at a point on the agenda where open forum's coming up, but it's also a point where we normally take a short break. I'd ask the board if a break is necessary or if you want to move ahead. I know we have people in the audience that are here to present under open forum. What's your pleasure?
Plow forward.
I would prefer to get through the speakers and then take a break so that they can head north if they need to.
Agreed.
Okay,
We will need a break shortly, Mr. Chairman.
Really?
sounds good. We'll go ahead with item 5 then, open forum. We have 2 speakers signed up. The first speaker is Joe Miller of the Stockbridge Muncie Tribe. Joe, welcome to the Natural Resource Board meeting. Good to see you again. We had good discussions when we had our meeting up in the Shawano area.
Yep, he's here.
Okay, very good.
You're
Anishi,
up. Go ahead.
I say Anishik in Mohican, that's a expression of gratitude. Thank you. And Shayla Mokwe, our creator. First and foremost, I have provided Ashley and Jean in the Green Bay office this written stuff, so I could be brief here today. Provided that to them ahead of time. I'm just going to touch on the main points regarding to this. And I heard Jean's name mentioned earlier for a nomination, and by golly, I'd like to echo whatever sentiments, specifically to Jean, and congratulations to the others. So, but I wanted to shout out to my sister, Jean. We appreciate her and her efforts and her department up there. From the Land Conservation Department in Shawano County, I'm also a county board supervisor, and I serve on a land conservation committee. So I had provided some DNR, some grants that are the DNR grants that kind of pose a little bit of angst as far as being able to apply for them, and the stringent restrictions regarding these grants, making it very hard, if not impossible, for people to apply for these grants. Just number one was the Healthy Lakes grant, and I had provided the talking points, so I don't need to mention all of those. Targeted runoff management plan, or targeted runoff management grants. Wildlife damage abatement claims program and the multi-discharge variance program. Those were expressed to me by Scott Frank, the Shawano County Land Conservation Department Manager. And wish that I would express this to the board and to the department. If there was maybe some conversation that can take place to help our citizens apply for and receive these grants. They seem to be quite restrictive in or stringent in their requirements. So with that in mind, I forgot one thing. First of all, to everybody, hello, Wisconsin. My favorite sitcom from the 70s growing up, that 70s show. But I needed to say that to everybody in this great state, all my fellow citizens. So I had to make protocol. And then on behalf of Stockbridge Muncie, tribal council member, long-term, lifelong resident, Stockbridge Muncie, we asked the department for individual consultation on a wolf management plan. We asked for that individually. We want to be very respectful to our northern tribal brothers and sisters. There may be certain aspects of that plan where not everybody is in total agreement on. So we want to be very respectful and be able to provide through our department, our thoughts regarding that plan. Initially, it's favorable, very favorable, what we have. So we just wanted to request an opportunity for that consultation. And I'm looking forward to an opportunity to meet the new secretary, Mr. Payne. You know, we share with the department, long history. And maintaining those relationships is key and is very important. So with that in mind, I say, Anishi, thank you. And safe travels, everybody. My wife says we got about 6 or 8 on the ground now already, so I'll be okay. But safe travels to all of you folks here and your travels, and may they be blessed. And
Thank you, Mr. Miller. You're braver than I am on your travel plans. I chickened up and Zoomed it today. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
I just have one for Joe. Joe, I've heard you put your application in for the Natural Resources Board, and I really appreciate that you do that. I think you need some representation on this board, and I hope you get the job.
well, thank you, my brother Kaz. Appreciated the time throwing down a few last night. Very, very grateful. And you, I get a lot of work done there, It's kind of a neon lights are always a magnetic attraction. So having grown up in Wisconsin, but it's a great honor to be able to afforded the opportunity to come and talk to you all today. It was very much appreciated for me, my community. And with that in mind, we'll see how things go.
Thank you much, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Are there
Joe.
questions or comments?
Bill, just one question.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Thanks, Joel, for making the trip down. I stayed home. So just a quick question on the Land and Water Conservation Department questions about grants. Is it a match that's the issue? Do you know if that's the issue, or just the writing of the grants in general is complicated and is prohibitive of really getting the money that you need for your department?
Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. No, the money's not the issue. It's being able to get it. I guess the technical merits in the writings in the grant themselves is the issue, not the match. That's not. So I think things can be worked out if there's some conversation and maybe some tweaking to afford those opportunities there to not only Shawano County, but all the other counties. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Good day. Thank you.
Joe, relative to your request on a couple of items, both of those seem to be operational items that staff would follow up with you on. And you also said you were looking forward to meeting Secretary Payne. Adam, I'm wondering if you could if Joe has the time before he leaves, just be able to refer him to people that can help him out on his 2 requests on wolf consultation and some of the grant challenges.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I'm looking forward to meeting you, working with you. Definitely appreciate your request. And also with the land and water conservation grants. Many of those come through the Department of Ag, Trade and Consumer Protection. And I'm going to be interacting with their secretary here shortly. So I'll be sure to bring up your point, and because they need to be user friendly and people to be able to fill them out readily. So we'll make sure that we have some follow up to you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
very much.
Personally, thank you, Adam.
In addition to that, Bill, we would always invite Adam up to Shawano.
If I may, to thank you, Terry, refresh my memory. Very briefly, I understand you, 3 of your 12 meetings are scheduled out and about. Could you maybe consider moving that up to 6, giving the people in the state of Wisconsin a little bit more exposure to you folks and everything you do? I don't mind coming down to Madison. I got no problem with that, but I imagine there are many people that would like to see a little bit more exposure throughout the state. So another request from not me, but from everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Safe travels. And I hear you on the outstate meetings. We've been in hibernation the last few years dealing with pandemic, and we're slowly stepping out. We enjoyed the meeting in Shawano area last year at the Menominee Reservation, and there's a lot of value in that, and we hope to continue that. If we can get it beyond 2 and move up to 3 or 4, we'll see what we can do. But I think jumping to 6 might be a very high bar to set for this next year. Mr. Secretary, we'll have to continue to talk about that and look for opportunities. Okay, next on the open forum, Brad Hopp on behalf of the Crex Wildlife Area. Brad, are you there?
Yes, I am.
The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I watched and listened to the testimonials given at your January meeting about life around Crex Meadows. I do feel for the woes of those people that built or bought property in the area of West Marshland where they reside. But truth be told, there are just natural factors to their problems that nature is not going to let be controlled. Before Crex, farming was attempted and failed. They attempted to drain the area. The results of that effort brought less nesting and migrating to the area by wetland birds and animals. When the state bought the area of Crex Meadows in 1946, the goal was to restore the area to its original state. By doing so, the wildlife came back and prospered, and the area around Crex attracted hunters and people who enjoyed what Crex was offering. I'm in a partnership that recognized that and bought property on Bloom Road just west of Dike 6, which is an area referenced by many of the previous testifiers. In 1980, we built a cabin on a raised slab, put in a mound septic system, and have a sandpoint well. We have had no problems, but there have been times of above average seasonal rainfall and snowfall that we have had standing water in our yard, sometimes to the threshold of the front door. Extreme rainfall events are more common now, and due to much of this area being a wetland, there is no way anyone should be allowed to have a basement or a crawl space in this area. With the lack of elevation and a sand surface with clay under it, the area doesn't drain well. That's why it's a wetland. They state that since the water level on Dike 6 was lowered, they've had no issues. The fact is, since then, we have had below normal rainfall and snowfall. The area is in a drought condition. Natural occurrences will show their will in the future, and similar recent changes to groundwater and lake levels due to precipitation will be found throughout northwest Wisconsin's sand barrens, long distances from the controlled flowages of Crex. The groundwater is naturally close to the surface here. Our sandpoint well only goes down 12 feet. We've had our water tested on occasion, and it is high in iron. In January, you heard about high levels of manganese. Well, manganese is found as a free element in nature, often in combination with iron. It's the 5th most abundant metal in the Earth's crust, so it will show in the water throughout the area. I've hunted waterfowl and deer in the creeks for 40+ years. In the beginning, I can remember the flowages being filled almost to the brim. Around the turn of the century, the habitat management practices for waterfowl changed and the water levels in the dikes were lowered to allow the shallow water food sources for wildlife to grow and spread. Wild rice and many other food sources flourished and are used by wildlife and people today. We can hunt much of what we used to hunt in chest waders in knee boots today. So water levels have been managed lower for some time. The impact of the requests of the previous presenters would be devastating for the community and many others that have established in the area, whether for living or recreation. Having creeks so close is an asset to the value of these properties. The focus on creeks in 1946 is a huge success today. And just to end up, as the monument on the north end of the refuge in Creeks says, exploited to the fullest, Creeks has withstood the ravages of time. Today, under the ownership of the state of Wisconsin, prescribed burning and water management are restoring the prairie flora and fauna of Creeks Meadows. And I would ask for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hop. Are there any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, I have one comment. I'm aware that there are ongoing discussions at the local level on this issue of flowage levels, water levels, and they're trying to pull together some meetings with local staff in looking ahead to their operational plan for the next year and building relationships in following years. So I appreciate your comments, and I would recommend that you try and be part of that local discussion and try and search for management approaches, I guess, that would balance everybody's needs as best we can. Mr. Secretary, do you care to comment on that any further?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Yes, a meeting has been scheduled following the input we received at the last Natural Resource Board meeting. So a meeting is going to be scheduled or has been scheduled to take place on Glacial Lake Grantsburg annual water management plan. The meeting is scheduled for, is it March 9th? Let me look at my notes here. On March 9th, and it's going to be both in person and virtual. And really the meeting was largely in response to the input that we received at the last board meeting. So, you know, as we recognize Becky Wallace and the award recipient today, one of the things about Becky that were particularly impressive was her compassion and empathy. And I appreciated the chair's comments earlier about just the feedback we got today on a plan and some adjustments that were made based on that feedback. So I want to thank and acknowledge our staff for the follow-up after the last NRB meeting to have this local discussion to get more input from people. There may or may not be any adjustments made based on it, but I really appreciate the work staff's doing to hear people and see if we can make some adjustments or perhaps just better inform people to be sure people are comfortable with the approach going forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any other comments, questions from the board? Hearing none, thank you very much for your appearance, Mr. Hop, and good luck with your discussions at the local level.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for appearing. With that, based on input from the board earlier, we will take about a 10-minute break that's reconvene right at 10:30. And we will reconvene with item 6B, which will be an overview of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Thank you. Marcy, I've got about 10:30. Break should be over, and can we call the meeting back to order, please?
For the record, the rest of the board members, Bill gave me permission to use the gavel when needed. So that's the only reason I did it.
I'm not sure who that was pointed at, Marcy.
For the rest of the board members, Paul was laughing at me.
Okay, I'm looking at my screen and I'm looking at the picture. I can't tell if everybody's back in place yet.
Yep, we're ready to roll here.
Okay, then let's move on. Informational item 6A was dealt with earlier on the agenda. We'll move on to information item 6B, overview of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. Kari Lee Zimmerman, please.
Hi, yes, thank you for having me here. Chair Smith and Secretary Payne, rest of the Natural Resources Board, it's really nice to be here to chat with you about the history and role of the Conservation Congress in the rulemaking process we have here in Wisconsin. Oops. Can't even use my own clicker.
You might have to go to the microphone closer.
yeah.
You're a little bit softer.
Not hear me
spoken.
very well.
There
Okay.
you go. Thank you.
So conservation and public engagement are both really deeply rooted in the history of Wisconsin. We're home to some of the most forward thinking and influential individuals in what we would consider the origins of modern conservation, the modern conservation movement. They valued the abundance of resources that they found throughout Wisconsin and had a strong connection to the land. And these are the people, the pioneers that laid the groundwork to help build the system that we have in place today. And I do just want to take a minute to acknowledge that I'm sort of starting this presentation at the mid 1800s. And the presentation, as well as much of history, has a very Eurocentric view. And I want to acknowledge and recognize that the indigenous people were here for many generations before the Europeans colonized the area, and they were actively practicing the ideas of sustainability, a land ethic, and resource management. So in 1848, Wisconsin became the 30th state. We see in the 1800s is when people are really coming into the state, settling down. We have miners, loggers. That is when we have a lot of people transitioning over to Wisconsin and utilizing the resources very heavily. So in 1848, Wisconsin becomes the 30th state. And then by 1867, we already have the first advisory board being formed, which was initiated by Increase Lapham. And this was to just study forestry issues. So this is the very first sort of iteration of a citizen board, which would be sort of the precursor to the Natural Resources Board. And there's a number of different types of boards that come after that. But that's the first time we see a citizen board overseeing resource management in the state. Before that, it was sort of territorial laws that were governing the use of the resources. By 1915, Governor Phillip created the Conservation Department. And so that would be the precursor to the DNR. And that sort of had the fish and wildlife and wardens and parks and the flashier, so some would say the flashier side of the natural resources in that conservation department. And that was under the direction then of the Conservation Commission, which again was the precursor to the Natural Resources Board. So this is the beginning of where we're trying to see that the conservationists and the people of the state are creating this sort of buffer between politics and conservation. In 1934, then, it was Aldo Leopold, who was a UW professor at the time, the chief warden, Harley McKenzie, and the superintendent of game, which would be like a wildlife director, came up with this. This was their brainchild, this county-based system of citizen involvement, which we have come to know as the Conservation Congress. So later in 1934, it was created by the Conservation Commission, the precursor to the board. And this was really a defining moment in natural resources management in Wisconsin, because it really institutionalized citizen input and involvement in resource policy and management decisions in the state of Wisconsin. And this is the only body like this in the entire nation. Interestingly, it was originally named the County Game Committees, but it was renamed the Wisconsin Conservation Congress in 1939. So I love this quote when I'm talking about the Congress, because I think that it really captures the idea and it encompasses sort of the premise under which this whole system was devised. In the final analysis, no matter what the commission, which would be the board, or the department, believes to be in the best interests of the state, if the citizenry are not in accord, any program set up would eventually be doomed to failure. The birds, animals, and fish belong to the people of the state. So they understood this in 1934. It was true in 1941. That comes from a publication in 1941. And anybody who is in resource management today knows that this is true. We've seen it today. If we don't have the people on board, we can have the best science behind it. But if people do not understand why we're doing it, and they are not on board with our plan, then it's not going to work. So we went along like this with the Conservation Congress as a citizen advisory body, advising the Conservation Department and the Conservation Commission on primarily fish and game type issues. And we went along like this. In 1967 was when Governor Knowles merged the Department of Resource Development, which was sort of the more environmental area of resource protection, with the Conservation Department. And that's where we have the DNR that we have today, which encompasses both the environmental side of things and the resource management. And that was the first time in the United States where they brought both of those under the same departments. And there are still a lot of departments across some of the other states where I think that they envy the Department of Natural Resources, having everything under one roof and being able to talk back and forth, because everything is so interconnected and intertwined. And that's where we first see the 7-person board that would be now the Natural Resources Board. In 1971, legislation was drafted giving formal recognition to the Congress. Democratic Assemblyman and former Conservation Congress County Chair of Columbia County, Robert Thompson of Poinet, sponsored AB 279, which was then eventually signed by Governor Patrick Lucey in 1972. So that is where we have the statutory recognition of the Congress as an advisory body. And this is the statute that creates the Conservation Congress. And it says the Congress shall be an independent organization of citizens of the state that shall serve in an advisory capacity to the Natural Resources Board on all matters under the jurisdiction of the board, keeping the records with the department, and it has independent advisory opinions. So you'll notice that the statute doesn't indicate how delegates come to be, how many delegates there are, anything like that, the organizational structure. But since it is a statutorily created body, it does follow Wisconsin open meetings law and public noticing requirements and that type of thing. So the organizational structure was not identified by the statute. The Congress itself, as its own independent body, is governed by its own set of code of procedures and bylaws. So the organization itself has come up with these rules and sort of regulations that they are using to oversee how they do business. This is the basic organizational structure of the Congress. From the public, the county delegates are elected, and they have been in the past elected at the spring hearings by people that attend the spring hearings in person. And this year we'll be doing the elections at the open houses. So the elections are not under the Elections Commission because these elections are designed by their own body. From the delegates, they're all have the opportunity to participate in advisory committees. There's about 18 different advisory committees for the Conservation Congress. And then from the delegates, they also elect 2 leaders from each of their districts. There's 11 districts for the Conservation Congress. So there's 22 people that make up the District Leadership Council. And then the top 5 people from the District Leadership Council would be the chair, vice chair, secretary, and 2 at large make up the executive committee. So if ever they need to take a position on something and we can't get 22 people together in a timely fashion, then we will, pull together the executive committee to take action. So the role that the Congress plays as this independent body, they are in charge of their own organizational matters, their structure, vetting the citizen resolutions that come through their process, that they've identified the process in which they want to take in input from the citizens and how to vet that. So determining their spring hearing questions, which are coming for you as an informational item, right? So it's letting you know that these are the questions the Congress has decided to ask this year and they want to get more input on. And the board and the Congress will come to you guys with recommendations that they've come up with through their various committees and different positions to weigh in on issues that come before the board. So there's overlap there where the Congress sits on a number of department standing committees. And the department also has staff that participate in the WCC's advisory committees to make sure that we're getting the right information back and forth between the 2 entities. I would say that the 2 primary functions of the Congress are being an avenue, that avenue for input for the public to the Natural Resources Board and the department, and sometimes even the legislature. The Congress has sometimes sits on legislative councils, for instance, the Sporting Heritage Council, and periodically they get special assignments, for instance, the County Deer Advisory Councils or the Deer 2000 project. And then the other function that they have is being part of the administrative rule process. And as you know, the board approves administrative rules. And as you'll just notice, everybody reports to the public. So there's a lot of different avenues for which the public can weigh in on things through the Congress, the board, or the department. So as participating in the administrative rule process, the spring hearings is probably the Congress's primary opportunity to get public input on various issues and items. And those in recent history have started the 2nd Monday in April. So it's sort of a set date that they have. And the spring hearings, there's a number of different, it's a joint venture between the department and the Congress. So the Department of Natural Resources will ask their questions. Sometimes they're advisory questions, sometimes they're proposed rule changes. It depends. And the rule changes only go forward in odd numbered years. So, but there's an opportunity for the department to provide questions. The board obviously has an opportunity to ask advisory questions at the spring hearings, and then the Congress has their questions as well. And then the spring hearings are also an opportunity for citizens to come forward with proposed changes that they would like to see in policy and rulemaking. The input received at the spring hearings is all advisory. It is not a binding vote. People like to call it a vote. It's a little bit misleading because it's non-binding. But it's really an opportunity to get proposals out in front of people, get feedback on them, introduce new ideas or concept, and sort of open the dialogue between these entities and the public on different resource management issues. And I'll just note that the Conservation Congress's questions typically, the origin of them are citizen resolutions. So that's a step in the process that we'll go through in a minute. Just looking at the spring hearings, I just wanted to share that in 2018, the Congress itself decided to look at, getting some additional input and how we could better serve the public. And they discussed and approved online input, and then it was implemented in 2019. And you'll see the online input that we received in 2019 was, more than the highest level of in-person input in the last 10 years since then. And then it just grew from there ever since, things kind of got thrown off with COVID because we were really lucky to have online input because then we had an alternate way for people to provide input during those 3 years when we were not able to hold in-person meetings. And as we looked at the responses that we got in 2019, and we have since then also looked at the responses, and the majority of the input that we are receiving through the online option are Wisconsin citizens. The few that are from out of state are typically, we're seeing the numbers from Minnesota, Michigan, Iowa, Illinois, those states where you would expect to see that input because people are coming over, recreating in Wisconsin, they maybe have cabins. So we're not seeing a big variation or like a lot of input from people in really odd places that we wouldn't expect to see that. And then I just wanted to go through sort of the process that the Congress has in place to help you guys understand when rules come before you or the Congress comes before you with their advisory questions, how we got here. So the citizen resolution process starts with somebody has a great idea. They think it's a super great idea. And so they write a citizen resolution. And then the first year, only the people, they submit it online, and only the people that are residents of their county have an opportunity to see that resolution and give it a yay or a nay. And so if the residents of their county that participate in this process support the idea, then it would move on to the WCC Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee has the opportunity to consider the issue. Remember, we have some staff on these advisory committees that can weigh in about, the pros and cons of these different issues. And if the Advisory Committee moves it on, it will go to the District Leadership Council, the governing body of the Congress. So the District Leadership Council is the entity that determines which questions will go on the spring hearings on the Congress side as statewide questions. And so whatever gets through the District Leadership Council will go out to the spring hearing participants that second year. And so the public that's participating in the spring hearings, again, has the opportunity to weigh in on department questions, board questions, and Congress questions. If it gets favorable input, or even if it doesn't get favorable input, all of the input that comes out of the spring hearings goes back to the WCC, the full body, and they consider that input and decide whether or not they want to advance the idea, where it comes back to the department and says, we'd like you to consider this further or not. So then once it comes back to the department sort of puts it in the queue for its internal processes. The department has internal committees. And remember, most of those committees have a Congress delegate sitting on them. So there's that overlap, right, between processes. And it would go through the department's internal committees, and they would say, we're going to vet this a little bit more. And yes, we think this is a good idea too, or we have some concerns. If the department thinks it's a good idea, it will come out to the spring hearings as in either an advisory question or a proposed rule change. If it was a proposed rule change, it would have come to you for a scope statement and all that good stuff. So based on the input from the spring hearings, and this year, in the case of this year, there'll be an additional hearing for the rules. That input will all be considered. It will go back to the department. Again, just because the input at the spring hearings is favorable or not, doesn't mean the department is going to bring it forward as a change, because it's advisory, right? So if we're looking at a more local issue and the local issue is close, but the statewide input is different, we might look at the local input and say, well, what are the locals thinking about this? So the department will then determine what they're going to bring to the board, and you guys will either approve or not the rule changes. So this is the process for rule changes, not necessarily the advisory questions. So then when you guys support the rule changes, then they go across the street and are reviewed and considered by the legislature. So it's a long process. There's a lot of steps. There's a lot of opportunity for the public to come back and weigh in on different things. And it's an interesting process to be a part of. So I just wanted to end with this. It's the system that we have of policymaking, this with the policymaking board, the separate citizen input organization, and the department that houses both sort of the environmental side as well as the natural resources, more consumptive side. Is really a unique thing that we have in Wisconsin, and it's a result of the early efforts of Wisconsin's academics and scientists, the pioneers of the Wisconsin idea. And the citizens and conservationists who believed that it was in the best interest of the resources of the state to maintain this sort of political buffer of types. And it's sustained today by the citizens who feel like they have access to the decision-making in the state. So. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kari.
Yeah.
Wonderful partnership with the Congress over many years, and it's a great example of citizen involvement and grassroots input into conservation policies. Any board members, comments, questions? I see Sharon's hand up. Go ahead, Sharon.
Oh, I just want to thank Kari for presenting this. It was really enlightening, and it showed a long process and an active way of getting citizen involvement. My question is, how is the Congress promoted to the citizens in the counties? How do citizens find out about this?
Great question. So I think that the Congress is known within the groups, that typically utilize the resources and are engaged heavily in this process, but getting the word out to communities that are less engaged or have historically been not engaged. We try to put out press releases on different things and try to encourage engagement by different resource users or the public, and encourage them to participate. But yeah, it is challenging to get people to participate, right? Because everybody has a lot of stuff competing for their time.
So you would consider that, may I ask a follow-up question or two?
Sure, go ahead.
So you would consider engagement of the citizens as a challenge at this time?
I think that making sure that citizens are engaged is always a challenge, right? Because we hear from the people who are really highly engaged in certain aspects often, and then the people who are maybe engaged in different areas or different activities, don't maybe know about the process quite as much, or are not quite as engaged in how this, this administrative rulemaking process is a whole multi-year thing. So having people understand that and want to engage in that and be part of that, I think is always a little bit of a challenge.
Okay. And my other question is, I believe I read that there were 18 advisory committees. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. How are those committees defined? How are they decided what committees will be the advisory committee?
So that's part of the Congress's organizational structure, and they determine themselves what committees they're going to have, what committees are standing committees, what committees they want to have as ad hoc committees. In general, the standing committees are a lot of species committees, like there's the Bear Committee, the Deer and Elk Committee, the Warm Water Committee. So it kind of goes with the department and getting staff that are able to, where are the resolutions coming from? What are the issues, and sort of how do they want to best vet them?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments
Bill?
from the board?
Bill?
Go ahead, Terry.
I want to thank Kari for her presentation, and I think this is the first time she's ever spoken to the board.
Well,
I mean, this is an amazing event.
I was here last month.
And
So
she did a great job. And it's very educational, I think. When I first came on the board, I didn't have a clue what the Congress was. And over the years, obviously, I became much more aware and the great work that they do for the board and for the department. But Kari has been the stalwart base of everything that comes out of the Congress. So Kari, thank you very, very much. Appreciate the presentation. And I trust the newer members of the board now have a better grasp of how the Congress works and the process that the Congress goes through. But also I would alert the board to the Congress is its own organization. And it's important that we don't meddle in the organizational structure of the Congress, but rather encourage them to do whatever they possibly can do with the issues that are presented to them. And then we work with the Congress to make sure that we do our due diligence and take care of our responsibility. And I would encourage board members to go to the meetings of the Congress. It's very educational. You get to meet a lot of folks that you probably don't necessarily get an opportunity to meet in other venues. So it's a very eye-opening opportunity, and you get to really feel for the public input in that process on all the issues that the Congress deals with. So thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Very good advice from an experienced voice. Other comments, questions?
I have a couple, Mr.
Go
Chairman.
ahead, Kaz.
Okay. I too am a firm believer in the system we have set up in this state with the Conservation Congress and the Citizens Advisory Board. It's unique to Wisconsin, but it gives us the ultimate public interaction. And just like we saw at this board meeting today, that's valuable information. And if we don't have the public, and if we're not engaging the public, nothing's going to work. We're just not going to get compliance with anything that we try to get done. But that being said, I'm a little concerned about the direction things are going with the Congress. And one of those is potentially funding. So who fights for the funding of the Congress? Is that your role or is it the chairman's role? And when's the last time the Congress has had an increase in their budget to keep up with printing ballots and all that kind of good stuff? Can you answer that?
Yes, their budget has remained the same as long as I've worked with them. And to try to offset some of that challenge that we have for them to do what they need to do with the budget that they have. There's a chargeback request that goes through the department. So some of the department's funds offset some of the Congress expenses.
Okay. Well, to me, that seems kind of cumbersome, and it might be the reason why we're seeing some of the problems with the Congress, because obviously it's much simpler to put an online vote on, push a button, and you have your results than it is to hold meetings. But I truly believe those meetings are important for the Congress, because questions, and I've been going to Congress meetings for 40 years. A lot of times those questions, they get some discussion that you can't really glean from reading the question that's in front of you. So if you're seeing that on the internet, you don't fully understand the question, or you might have some questions about the questions, but there's no way to get those answered. So that's why it was important to me as a board member that we had the online votes and we had the in-person votes. So then we could look, is there differences? And maybe there was some further discussion that went on with the in-person votes. And that's why they differ from the online votes. So I understand things were disrupted with COVID, but I don't think we should make that a permanent way the Congress runs. It's time to get back to getting that Congress back on track. And if it's a funding issue, and I can understand why some of the departments might be a little concerned about the Congress, because if they're spending money, it's coming out of wildlife's budget or it's coming out of forestry's budget. And that's really not a good way for that to be set up in the process here. They should have their own budget and make their budget requests on an annual basis. So those were just a couple of things that I had. And then one thing with the online votes and the resolutions, how do we know that people are not voting multiple times on the online votes? How do we know if those votes are from California and some organized group in California decides they're going to stuff our ballot boxes?
Yeah, I mean, so we have a number of things that we look at on the back end to see sort of where they're coming from. Are there multiple responses coming from the same IP address? And if so, would there be a reason that there would be? So, I mean, we are definitely looking at that. And so that's how we know that there's not a bunch of people from, California stuffing the box, so to speak. So we're checking on that. We're looking at where people are coming from. We ask them where they're coming from, and then we sort of look at that versus what their, IP addresses, and do things like that on the back end to identify that. And to be clear, when there was in-person participation, that wasn't foolproof either, right? So there people still had the ability to, if they got a separate ballot or whatever, there was multiple people putting input in multiple times that way too. So that wasn't exactly a foolproof way to make sure that people were only getting it done in there once too. So there's some level of error on each side, but if it's in the grand scheme of things, not big enough to move the needle one way or the other, I think that's what's most important and what we're looking at.
Well, when we had the in-person voting with the ballots, I don't remember ever being able to get multiple ballots. When you went in, you had to show your ID and you registered that you were there, and they were pretty tight with the ballots. They weren't going to give you multiple ballots. So I don't think there was a lot of potential for fraudulent votes that way. But this year, again, we're going to only have online voting. And so the public's being encouraged, well, go to the library and vote. Well, you could get 30 votes from a library IP address. And how are we going to, it's really hard to sort that stuff out the way we currently register to vote on it. So has there been any consideration that you had to have a customer number or something like that in order to vote?
So they do have the opportunity to provide a customer number. It's a voluntary thing though, because there's no requirement that people have to buy a license or have to have a license of some sort in order to participate in this process.
Okay.
But if people have their customer ID number and they put it on, and there's a certain percentage of the people that do every year, very much want us to know that they're a customer and here's their input. And that's great. We take that into consideration.
But there's no requirement
No.
for a customer number.
No.
Okay. And then one other discussion. I think that pretty much clears a few things up for me. So, Mr. Chair, go ahead with the next.
Okay, well, go ahead and think of it, Kaz. If something else comes up, we can come
Okay.
back around to you. Does anybody else have questions, comments?
I do, Mr. Chairman, Sandy.
Go ahead, Sandy.
So I am a former Conservation Congress member for Bayfield County, a former Conservation Congress chair for our county and vice chair of the CDAC. And I'm going to be in agreement with my fellow board members about making sure that we continue that that in-person as an option, but that isn't the only way to get information. And I like the blend of virtual for those people that choose that and those people that choose to be in person. I do understand what my fellow board members are talking about with misunderstandings. So we just ask that people are clear when they're writing the resolutions so people can understand exactly what they're asking for in those resolutions. And then just like we're asked to have transparency in our business dealings as NRB members, I would ask that I don't know for sure, but are the code of procedures and bylaws on on the Congress website so that people who have questions about the code of procedures or bylaws, so that those are available so that people can see how decisions are made and why things are forwarded and why when things are changed, to make sure that there's a process for that. And I would encourage our fellow information gatherers to make sure that that transparency is there.
Yeah, absolutely. That information is all posted on the WCC's web pages, which are housed within the Department of Natural Resources web pages. So I do still need to update the code of procedures from their January meeting change that they made, but I will get to that soon.
And that's the question with the comments that I've heard from several folks from my county and the area about that one specific change that was made, maybe even having the Congress, and I'm in no position to say, hey, you should do this, but again, that transparency, should that be something that all members or all people should have a vote on during the spring hearing process when you get to that in-person meeting. So Kari, thank you for talking with me about this. That's just my 2 cents. Again, not telling the Congress what to do, but just asking the question, is that something that should be changed immediately, or is that something we should say, hey, let's move that forward and see what our at least our county chairs think. And that's just a question to ask. Is that something that should be, they should think about implementing those changes right away, or asking a bigger group other than the 5 on the district leadership team?
Okay, thank you, Sandy. Other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the spirit of transparency, and a good question about the budget, because I don't know the answer to that. And I imagine many of the people in the room, our viewers, may not know the answer to that. How much funding does the Conservation Congress receive? And then you alluded to that if things are tight or we need to reshift, that maybe the department would provide some assistance. I looked over at Stephen Little when that question was raised. I don't know if Stephen or you can be more specific as to the Conservation Congress's funding. Is it a statutory amount that they rely upon each year? You said it hasn't been increased in years. And then how we shift resources if need be to support them. Can anybody provide some clarity on that?
A budget man.
Yeah, we do charge back with the department to cover expenses that go over the budget and they go over which is zones to be. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, Secretary Payne, members of the board, my name is Stephen Little. I'm the Assistant Deputy Secretary for the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. In a prior life, when I came to the department, I came to the department as the Management and Budget Director, putting together the biennial budget request for the agency. It's my understanding that the Conservation Congress receives its funding through a chargeback mechanism that is spread across the entire agency. And that percentage is based on what the workload is. And then if there are additional costs, I think it's assessed through that chargeback mechanism. So, but I could certainly research more and provide that information to the board at a later date.
Do we have a sense, if I may, Mr. Chair, do we have a sense of how much that is? Or if we don't know today, we can follow up on that. But do we know approximately a year how much the Conservation Congress requires to help with their operations?
I can get that for you. I don't know off the top of my head, but they have a set budget that they get every year. And then the costs of things typically will go over that budget. So anything over that is a chargeback that comes from, I believe, Fish and Wildlife accounts.
And then final follow-up, you mentioned during your tenure supporting the Conservation Congress, you can't recall it ever being increased. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then what period of time is that?
How long have I been here?
How long have you been?
Yeah, it's been since 2008.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it might be something we need to take a look at. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
So-
Kari, if I could interject on that, Kari, when you provide that information to the board on the level of funding, could you do it over a span of years long enough that we could get a sense of what the trend has been in spending?
Yes.
I don't know
Yep.
what that term would be, 5 or 10 years, something like that, just to get a sense of how it's gone over the past years.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank-
definitely. It will look a little different for the last 3 because we weren't paying for travel and meetings and things like that during COVID. But yes, I can absolutely do that.
A little
That's a
faster.
good point. You
those
may want to
last-
go back a little farther then.
Sure, absolutely.
Other
Mr.
questions, comments for Kari?
Mr. Chairman, I remembered my last thing.
Go ahead, Kaz.
So, you did put up there a slide on the statute that creates Conservation Congress. And it's very specific that it's to advise the Natural Resources Board.
Mhm.
It says nothing about the legislature. And over the years, there's been more and more questions put in and resolutions put in primarily for a political show to the legislature. And I notice on the list of questions here today, I don't know if it's half, I didn't count them up, but there's an awful lot of questions that are outside the scope of what the board can do. So I want you to kind of understand and the Congress to kind of understand the position it puts that us as a board in. A question goes out, nothing happens, and then the public is, oh, that darn board doesn't do anything. We vote, well, it's outside of our scope of authority. I think there was some changes in that new code of procedures to not accept resolutions that require legislation. I think if the legislature wants to get that public input, they can submit questions. There's no reason why a legislator can't submit a question to get to the bottom of it. But this is outside. A lot of these questions are outside the scope of our authority, and it puts us in a bad light then with the public when what they voted on doesn't get accomplished, and we can't accomplish it. So
Yeah, I appreciate your position on that, Kaz. We try to be really clear about things in the spring hearing questionnaire, right up at the top by the title. We say requires legislation. And when we're talking, when we being the Congress and I myself are talking with the authors of these questions, we say, okay, this requires legislation. So you will get some input from the public. And then that's what you would need to find a legislator who's willing to write a bill about that, trying to help them understand the process that this has to go through that. This is certain stuff is within administrative code and would come to the board. And understanding though, that things are really, resource management is so intertwined with what, you know, we have questions where they're like, well, that might require legislation. We're a little unsure based on, you know, what the courts are how they're going to address it or look at it. So, you know, there's a lot of different things. So if we, for instance, if they weren't allowed to ask about resource management or legislative things, they wouldn't be able to ask a question about baiting and feeding issues, right? Because that's a legislative issue, but that's highly influential in resource management in the state.
but it's nothing that we as a board can change, and the role of the Congress is advisory to this board. So I'm trying to tell you what position it puts us in, not only with the public when things don't get accomplished, but also with legislators that think we're just trying to create a problem. So I think what we should be doing is directing those resolutions and telling those people this would require
legislation, take it to the proper body, which is the legislature. And take your resolution to the proper body that has jurisdiction over that. So I think that would clean things up a lot and not put this board and this department in a position, oh, they never listen to the public. It's not us that's not listening. Okay, so I think moving forward, I think that's a kind of a big thing that we need to get fixed.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question pertinent to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So now I'm confused. Even if it has a legislative requirement, wouldn't it go through the same flow chart that you described of going through department not department entities?
So the department doesn't request legislation really either.
Right, but you had that filter screen up, the zigzag with the characters that the staff would consider it before they brought it.
Right, I send the list to the department and of the position on all of the questions, and we note which ones require legislation. And so then typically I will get a response or the disposition back from the department saying, you know, these are ones within our ability to do something about, and here's how we're going to handle them. These other ones require legislation, but then authors can take that input from the spring hearings to their local legislator and see if someone's interested in writing a bill for them. I get legislators that call and they want to know what the input was on various spring hearing questions. So they are, you know,
like
at some
data source.
At some level, they're looking at certain things, you know, they're hearing about stuff from their constituents, and they know that there has been a spring hearing question on it in the past, and they're calling to find out what that input was. So I think that it's an information source for, you know, like it's not in the statute that the Congress advises the department, but there's so much overlap and interplay between the entities that it's sort of by default.
Okay, yeah, and maybe some of it's also for Rob Bowman. So,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Other questions, comments? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Kari. And next on our agenda is 6C, right in line with our previous discussion. Rob Bowman is here as the chair of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress to share spring hearing questions for 2023. Rob, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, and board members. What we have before you is the 38 questions that we will be presenting on the spring hearings this year. We started out at approximately over 700 resolutions that were submitted by citizens this last year. Out of those 700 and some 59 of these resolutions were forwarded to our DLC, our District Leadership Council, back in January. And our District Leadership Council whittled that down to 38 questions, and those questions are being presented to you today. I have to apologize. It took me about 45 minutes to drive approximately 12 miles today on the way home from a meeting. So it's pretty icy down here and the roads are slick.
Well, glad you got back safely. And thank you for appearing before the board. Are there any questions or comments to Rob?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead. Terry.
Rob, good morning. It's still morning. Yeah, we're still morning. I want to applaud you and the leadership on being able to winnow down over 700 resolutions to the 38, which I can tell you based on my past experience of going to the spring hearings that there's a lot of questions. And unfortunately, I think on many of them, either people just ask the person next to them, what do you think? Or they just don't answer the question. You know, so getting it down to a management level that people will tolerate to actually respond to, I think is is quite successful on the part of the Congress. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Terry.
Other comments, questions?
Does it need to be specific to the hearing questions, given the green sheet?
Well, the topic is an informational item on Conservation Congress spring hearing questions, so we probably ought to focus on that in general. I guess there's some topics around the periphery of that might fit within that.
I just wondered, since we had Rob, if he would take the opportunity to comment on the people we heard from about the change in policy, but we can wait until there's an open item.
Okay.
Secretary Smith, I'm sorry, Chairman Smith.
Yeah, go ahead.
If Marcy would like, she could more than welcome to give me a call, and I would just be more than happy to discuss that with her.
Okay. I assume you get the copies of the citizen comments that we get pertinent to the, okay, yep.
Not all of them. I have a couple of them, yes. But
Okay.
Marcy, give me a call. We can discuss. Anybody. I have an open number. You can call me anytime you want. So
Much appreciated. Thank you. I will.
And if you don't have that number, Carrie can give it to you.
Yep.
Okay, other
Information.
questions or comments? Well, Rob, thank you for risking your life to appear before the board this morning, and thanks much for a preview of the questions that are going to spring hearing. We're gonna be looking with great anticipation to what the public has to say about those, and they'll be very helpful in our deliberations ahead. So thanks again.
Yeah, anytime I can get through a meeting without Kaz asking me questions is a good meeting. So we're doing sorry, Kaz, I couldn't resist that one.
Not a problem.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next informational item, item 6D, which is overview of stewardship funding. Stephen Little, you're back up again.
Thank you very much, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne, members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Stephen Little. I am the Assistant Deputy Secretary, and I will be joined this morning with Tim Gary, who is one of my colleagues in the Management and Budget Bureau as a budget and policy analyst. Before I got up here, Tim asked me if I knew how to use the clicker, because this is something that I don't do every day, but I will say that I'm sitting on the first row for the last year and a half or so. I've been very much impressed with the quality of the presentations that have been given by the staff. And I certainly hope I can keep that level of quality up for the next few minutes.
First challenge.
It is a challenge.
There's just a bit of a delay.
Got it. All right. There's a bit of a delay, Tim. So I was asked to provide some background information about the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program. It's one of the seminal programs that the department has the privilege to operate under. And to be honest, it's one of the first things that I learned about when I came into the department about four years ago. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program represents more than a 60-year commitment to the intentional land acquisition to preserve valuable natural resource areas, wildlife habitat for outdoor recreational purposes. In 1989, the Wisconsin Stewardship Program was created to acquire land, preserve valuable natural areas, wildlife habitat, protect water quality and fisheries, and to expand opportunities for outdoor recreation. In 1999, the program was expanded and then renamed after Wisconsin Governors Warren Knowles and Gaylord Nelson. I got to get this timing of this clicker down. All right, thanks. So a little bit of history first. In 1961, the Wisconsin legislature passed the Nelson Outdoor Recreation Act, which created the Outdoor Recreation Action Plan, or ORAP, So this is part of what John was talking about in terms of the sea of acronyms that we have here in the agency. ORAP was created to acquire and preserve wetlands, wildlife habitat, and hunting lands. ORAP also established programs for forest and public park recreational areas, youth conservation camps, tourist centers, as well as new lake creation. The Nelson Outdoor Act passed with bipartisan support from the legislature and was funded by a 1-cent tax on every pack of cigarettes sold in Wisconsin. The hope was to establish and raise about $50 million over a 10-year period for the purpose of outdoor land acquisition and the other issues that other opportunities that I mentioned. By 1966, the legislature and the department realized that the 1-cent tax on cigarettes was not sufficient to sustain the program. So to address this revenue gap, statewide resolution was passed or introduced and then passed in 1969 that went to the general citizenry, which was approved. And after the statewide referendum was approved and passed, in 1969, the Wisconsin legislature passed and Governor Warren Knowles signed into law a declaration that $56 million in general obligation bonds would be used for land acquisition and property development purposes between the years of 1969 and 1981. In 1980, then DNR Secretary Tony Earl appointed former Governor Knowles to head a task force charged with making recommendations and improvements to the ORAP program. Among the recommendations, and these are things that we see as a through line today, was the establishment of long-range acquisition target recommendations. ORAP funding should consist of a mix of bonding, GPR, and use fees or usage fees. ORAP should consist of a balance between land acquisition and property development. Local units of government be encouraged to assume more responsibilities in outdoor responsibilities and resource protection. And 5, that financial aids for the planning of local units of governments or LUGs including aids in lieu of taxes be a vital part of the ORAP program. The task force also recommended $100 million in bonding authority be authorized between the years 1981 and 1990. Subsequent legislation was passed in 1981, authorizing $60 million in bonding. And 3 times over the next 10 years and subsequent biennial budgets, they saw increases of $8.8 million, $8.6 million, and $16.8 million, respectively. Next slide, please. Next stop. Yeah. So this brings us to 1989 and the 1990s with the creation of the Wisconsin Stewardship Program. During this time, we saw this creation of funding for specific allocations on an annual basis, things including land acquisition, between $8.8 million and $6.8 million during the 90s, property development, $3.5 million, local aids for parks, urban rivers, funding, wildlife management programs, $1.5 million, as well as funding to grants to support local nonprofit conservation organizations or NCOs. Okay. Moving on to what we currently consider the Knowles-Nelson Stewardship Program, or the Knowles-Nelson 2000. The funding characteristics have changed in this iteration of the program. Whereas under ORAP and under the Wisconsin Stewardship Program, which was generally primarily funded from general obligation bonding, Knowles-Nelson program relies on a mix of state funding through state funding through bonding, as well as segregated funding from the forestry account, which is a part of the conservation fund. We also begin to see there were a series of program reauthorizations and biennial budget changes, program limitations being placed on the amount of the annual bonding that can be used for the program, as well as limitations on how and where land acquisitions can occur. An example of that is the use of a formula of a 1/3, 2/3 funding allocation, whereas 1/3 is the maximum amount of funding that can be used for fee simple land acquisitions, and a requirement that a minimum of 2/3 of the stewardship allocation be used for land easements and for binding authority for county forests and grants. An example of this would be the Pelican River Forestry or Pelican River Forest Stewardship Grant, which was before the board back in December. Legislation was also enacted during this time to determine which allocations and acquisitions and grant requests require joint finance approval. For example, any stewardship project over $250,000, any stewardship project above Highway 64, or any DNR fee title project outside of the project boundary areas require joint finance approval. Since its inception of the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program, over 879,000 acres of stewardship acquisitions currently reside in the DNR portfolio since the 1990s. These next few slides just provide some organizational structure around the program itself. And what I was really trying to show is that there are programmatic boundaries that have been established, as well as funding guidelines and fund integrity creations to make sure that the funding is being used for the specific purpose of which it was designed. So you see, we basically have two types of programs in the agency. Number one, or in the program. Number one, it's land acquisition. And number two, it's property development and local assistance. Within the land acquisition category, we have sub-programs which allow for DNR general acquisitions, that are designated for the Ice Age Trail, funding for the NCOs and nonprofit conservation organizations, as well as county forest grants. We also have on the right side, if you will, of the organizational chart, funding that is designed for property development and local assistance. Their local units of governments are divided into various categories or pots of money, if you will, for those stated purposes. And you see a portion of the funding that's being used for DNR property development and also for fringe group funding. This is just another way of showing the funding of the agency, or I'm sorry, funding of the program. What I was really hoping to kind of show is the delineation between how the funding is used by allocation source by sub-program. One of the questions we often get with the stewardship program, or one of the assumptions, is that all the program does is just fund DNR acquisitions. And what I'm hoping that you can see from this chart is that DNR acquisitions of $6 million is but a slice of the pie, if you will. The blue to light blue pie slices on the right hand of the chart represent all of the land acquisition opportunities, whether it's county forest acquisitions, whether it's acquisitions by nonprofits, or whether it's local assistance acquisition dollars. On the left side of the chart, those that are in the orange to beigeish kind of colors, those are funding sources that are used for local acquisition development, local assistance, recreational boating facilities, and DNR property development. So on the left side, those are dollars that are dedicated for property development. On the right side, funding allocations for land acquisition. To put it another way, almost 70% of the stewardship program is used for local assistance grants in one way or the other, with the DNR property acquisition and property development funding allocations representing the rest, or 33%. So now moving on to just a brief conversation. I promise I'm trying not to bore you with this, but I think it's informative. In discussions with the board member earlier this month, it became interesting to me that there is a lot that we can all learn about how the funding integrity of the program is designed and what the funding can be used for, particularly on the property development side. I think we all have an understanding of how it's done on the acquisition side, but I think there's and we could probably do a better job of this, but just explaining how the funding is done on the property development side. And first of all, what is property development? What is maintenance? And then also what is habitat management? So I'm going to attempt to try to dispel that, or just try to explain what it is and how we look at it as an agency and the funding sideboards that are there to ensure that we maintain that funding integrity. So stewardship funding for development project work has been decreasing since 2010. Since 2012. It has decreased almost 58% from a high of $12 million in 2013 to about $5 million in 2023. What is property development? What is maintenance? And what is wildlife habitat management? The DNR property stewardship property development funding is funded by general obligation bonds and can be used to acquire, to construct, to develop, to extend, to engage, or to improve land, water for public purposes. The Wisconsin Constitution and statutes do not provide for bonding proceeds to be used for operational expenses or maintenance. Maintenance costs would be considered operating costs and therefore are not eligible for bonding authority. Examples of property development include facility shower repairs, things like repairs to park entrance stations, toilet shower buildings, and nature centers. Wastewater systems and such as septic dump stations, wastewater treatment facilities, water control structures such as dams and dikes, and structures that create and support recreational opportunities, things like trails, recreational features such as shelters, campsites, accessibility cabins, day use areas, and then roads and bridges, and water systems, things like wells and water lines, etc. Some specific examples of active property development projects include an upgrade to the Oxbow Dam at the Axley Wildlife Area, improvements to the public entrance visitor services area space at Blue Mountain State Park, Common Creek ATV Trail Bridge replacement at Flambeau River State Park, horse riders campground upgrades at Kettle Moraine State Park, Little Falls Dam replacement at Willow River State Park, and the replacement of a failed water line at Wyalusing State Park. The largest property development expenditures in the history of the program was the Kettle Moraine Springs Fish Hatchery. That was a $26 million earmark that occurred in the 2015-2017 budget, which included about $19.5 million of bonding authority as a result of that legislative earmark. So we know what property development is. We also know what it can be used for. The question then becomes, what else can, or how else can we maintain and support the habitat of acquisition targets and acquisitions that we've made over the course of the project or over the course of the program? Budget allocations for wildlife management purposes exist outside of the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Program. And the DNR views these efforts on habitat management on a continuum and as a complement to the goals of the stewardship program. As you can see here from this chart, the trends of the department devoting to wildlife management, habitat and management have increased over the last 10 years. They've risen from $7.1 million in 2011 to $11.2 million in 2022. Some of those highlights include in 2022, $746,000 for wild turkey restoration, $246,000 in 2022 for pheasant restoration projects, $388,000 in 2022 for wetland habitat improvement, and $1.6 million also in 2022 for county sustainable forest and county administrative grant funding. Also included in this is $25,000 for fee-based funding for private landowners for the Deer Management Assistance Program, or DMAP, which is a cooperative effort between the department and landowners and hunters to provide habitat for deer herd management assistance and for landowners interested in managing their property for wildlife. The state commitment does not include more than $25 million that an investment over 375,000 acres that the department uses to leveraging federal funds from programs such as the Pittman-Robertson, or PR program, which is funded through an excise tax on the sales of firearms and ammunition. Some highlights of funding that it's used, or examples of projects that take advantage of federal funding, include the Grand River Marsh, which DNR used Pittman-Robertson funding at $750,000 and leveraged that with state funding to repair damaged water control systems and restore 2,500 acres of waterfowl habitat, as well as Sandhill, Wood County, and Meadow Valley wildlife areas, where almost $850,000 was used to repair 27 miles of dikes to recreate wetland infrastructure. I would also add that in the governor's executive budget, there is a commitment for $1.2 million for wildlife management and invasive species management, another $400,000 over the course of the biennium to enhance brook trout habitat. With that, I will pause and turn it over to Tim Cook so he can go over some of the legislative and regulatory kind of sideboards that we operate under in the stewardship program.
And Gary.
They both have beards.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chairman, board members. My name is Tim Gary. I've been with the department for about 8 years, and before that, I had 14 years working experience in the state legislature. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about statutory and administrative sideboards that are in the stewardship program. I've had the opportunity and pleasure to be able to work on stewardship just about every single year, definitely every legislative session since I started working for the state. So the first statutory sideboard that I'd like to talk about, and I might be retreading a little bit of territory that Stephen covered, but I think it goes to the emphasis and importance of we follow the law here, we stay within the lanes of what is written on the four corners of the page of the state statutes and the administrative code. So the first statutory sideboard I'd like to talk about is about borrowing funds between fiscal years and subprograms. In some previous years and versions of stewardship, we've had the ability to borrow from future fiscal years to pay for an opportunity that might exist today. We've had the opportunity to carry forward unused funds into future years. We've had the opportunity to borrow between sub-programs since the inception of stewardship that existed, but it does not exist any longer. Statutes have been created that say you can't borrow from future fiscal years. At the end of the fiscal year, the funding essentially goes away. There are a couple of exceptions there. The legislature can go back and reallocate those funds, and they've done that. Water infrastructure projects in particular, you may remember. Also, there's a carry forward provision on NCO acquisition funds. So if we don't use all of the funds in that category for 1 year, we can carry forward the unused portion in terms of just county forests. And that's very specific to the state statute. It's the only two exceptions that really exist for accessing previous fiscal years funding. But we can no longer borrow from future fiscal years, and there's no borrowing between sub-programs. Administrative sideboards. You will be familiar with a good number of land acquisition outside of stewardship and inside of stewardship projects that come before the board. All acquisitions that cost $150,000 or more come here for your approval. All acquisitions that are 40 acres or more outside of an established project boundary, which is the line around most of our properties where we have established our intent to acquire, develop, and manage. If it's more than 40 acres outside of that, the purchase comes to you for your approval. If the price exceeds the highest appraised value, it comes before you for your approval. If the acquisition is where the improved value exceeds 35% of the appraised value, it comes before you for your approval. If it's acquired by condemnation, it comes before you for your approval. If it's a gift of land to the department, again, it comes to you for your approval. Joint Finance Committee does have active and passive review opportunities over stewardship projects, and this is a statutory sideboard. So any acquisition over $250,000, the Joint Finance Committee has passive review, 14 days to review that acquisition. They can lodge an objection if so it doesn't move forward until they meet and take a vote. If it's an acquisition that is north of Highway 64, since 2015 when this provision went into place, if it's north of Highway 64, it goes to the Joint Finance Committee for their approval. We've had about 19 of those that have gone over there since 2015 by my ciphering. And I think about 5 of them have yielded objections. And we wound up funding them with alternative funding mechanisms, either SEG cash or federal cash. Then there are active reviews that the Joint Finance Committee has as well. If the DNR has proposed acquisition outside of our project boundaries, the Joint Finance Committee must take an active vote to approve that for using stewardship funds. Again, this is only applicable to stewardship funds. And then finally, once the department reaches 1.9 million acres of fee title acquisitions, anything above and beyond that, if we were to use stewardship to fund acquisitions, the Joint Finance Committee would have to meet to approve that. We are sitting at about 1.5 million acres of fee title, so there's a long ways to go before we get that. Some people might ask, and we've heard that over the years, how much land is enough? Well, the statute currently says somewhere around 1.9 million acres by implication. Now, obviously, reasonable people can disagree as to what the right amount is, and they will continue to do so, I'm sure. But we have a board here that has an opportunity to influence the acquisitions through their approval process before things go over to the JFC for their review. I have a slide in front of you here in regards to a statutory restriction that came in 2013 in response to public input to the legislature saying, you know what, we need the department to put its shoulder into acquiring easements, keeping working forests working, keeping large land blocks available for wildlife to flow freely without interruption of development. We need the department to, at a minimum, put 1/3 of its fee acquisition, of its acquisition sub-program funding towards fee title, at most 1/3. And a minimum of 2/3 should go towards easements. This was, again, in response to public input to the legislature in 2013. Nature-based outdoor activities. So this is another statutory sideboard. In the early 2010s, the legislature enacted legislation that said the default position for properties that are acquired with stewardship funding, whether it be by an NCO or the state or county forest, the default is it's going to be open to public access for the nature-based outdoor activities, NBOAs. Those were essentially lifted from the managed forest law program that you might think of in terms of hiking, hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, sightseeing, and the department may have, I don't know the exact administrative rules to what else is included, but those are the biggies right there as to NBOAs. The assumption is that properties acquired are going to have these things unless there's some sort of unique flora, fauna, or public safety concern. Acquisitions should be open to public access. Another statutory sideboard, the department will not fund with stewardship grants to local communities that use condemnation to acquire land. It's just not allowed. Now I want to talk about bonding sideboards. The state constitution was amended in 1969 due to the lack of available funds for ORAP and for other things like highways and railroads. It was coming together. The state really didn't have the authority to borrow very much money before that. This amendment allowed the department to acquire, construct, develop, extend, enlarge, and improve land, water, property, buildings, and equipment, but it must be done for a public purpose. Now, when it comes to issuing state bonds, that's not a unilateral decision of the department. The department works with the Department of Administration and the governor. DOA issues the bonds for capital expenditures that have to have a useful life of at least 5 years, but the majority of them by far are 20 years or longer. Stewardship is not our only funding available to do the things that we need to do for managing the properties that we have acquired, including habitat management. So we do have cash funding that's available from the general fund. You're thinking income taxes, you're thinking sales taxes, excise taxes. There's funding from the conservation fund, the various accounts. You're going to want to think about the fish and wildlife account, forestry account, and the parks account are the big drivers of cash funding available to manage our properties that we've acquired. But by my estimation, about $107 million. I'm sorry, I skipped the Heritage State Parks and Forest Trust Fund. I should not do that. It's a fund that accepts funding from gifts and grants and utility easements, with the exception of broadband. There's no broadband easement funding can go into that. We're not allowed to charge on that, but any other utility easement goes into the Heritage State Parks and Forests for the management of our state parks, southern forests. And then in total, that's about $107 million that was allocated in FY23. And then all of that funding, that complementary state cash funding, is used to leverage federal funding of a wide variety. Stewardship does that, the conservation fund does that, and external applicant match cannot be underestimated. The amount of money that our local communities are bringing to develop and manage their properties helps us leverage that federal funding in terms of federal forest legacy easements, PR, SFR, endangered resources, law-con funds, recreational trails, and I don't think we've got the full picture yet, but it's going to be fairly substantial, I believe, in terms of ARPA and the infrastructure law and other federal funding opportunities. So with that, I don't have anything further, but I'm sure that Steve and I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Are there questions for Stephen or Tim?
I'll be quick. Mr. Chairman, I have.
Okay.
First, just a note about the local agreements. I've worked from the other side on these grants and how local units of government can piece things together. And it is amazing to see out in the rural areas is what I'm familiar with, but also just a shout out and maybe a plug if you're looking at things within the staffing. The regional assistants that we have with the department that help local units of government get through these grant applications is just amazing. And I've had the opportunity to work with a number of them over the years. And the ability to piece things together to get things done from a playground to an acquisition to an easement, all of those things really, really help the communities. So hats off, and please make sure we continue to staff those at a full throttle, okay? Second, since we're on stewardship, is there any information on the Forest Legacy Program connection with the stewardship program for the Pelican River Forest? We had talked about that last month or 2 months ago, and any news?
Thank you, Board Member West. The news that I can share is that there is no new news from the legislative standpoint in Joint Finance. The project continues to sit in the Joint Finance Committee. No meeting has been scheduled to date. You're referring to the Pelican River Forest acquisition, stewardship acquisition or grant that was approved by this board back in December, which is a mix of federal funding, stewardship funding, and private donation to acquire 70,000 acres of forest legacy of grant land. I can say that in the governor's budget, there were provisions added to require that all projects north of Highway 64 be subject to legislative review, and to double the threshold. To be eliminated from legislative review, to double the threshold for legislative review of projects for stewardship grants and acquisitions, to increase that from $250,000 to $500,000. And the governor's budget would also require any member of the legislature who objects to the purchase to be named publicly. Currently, as you know, lawmakers who object can do so anonymously, delaying projects. We have seen this in the past. There were at least 5 projects that were withdrawn from the Joint Finance Committee over the last year because of this anonymous objector, where additional federal funding was found to bring those projects over the finish line.
Okay, so one of the slides that we can't carry over, we can't borrow ahead. If we're looking at a June date for that, do we risk the loss of either the federal funds or the stewardship funds on that project?
That is correct, unless there is additional funding that can be brought to bear that would successfully complete the federal match that's needed for that acquisition. That's outside of the stewardship fund.
Okay, so the amount from the Forest Legacy Program was the 15.5 and the stewardship was
10.8 from the federal forestry legacy grant, $4 million from stewardship, and a $600,000 donation from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation.
okay, so the overall cost was 15. Okay, thank you. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Other questions, comments from the board?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kaz.
So the reason we're having this presentation today was because of my request to have a resolution to go to the legislature. And I think the wrong people are here to understand what I'm requesting with that. But my concern has been, and I know it's been the concern of wildlife, that we don't have enough money for habitat management as we keep adding land. Proportionately, that wildlife habitat money isn't growing. So really what I want to get to is the bottom line. How do we get that habitat improved and the funding for that habitat increased? Is it just a priority item from the department, or is it a worthwhile ask of the legislature to be aware of the situation, and maybe they can dedicate some money in the budget for the future? If Bill Bruins was here, habitat management is basically about food. It's a crop, okay? And if we kind of look at it that way, they have sustainable deer populations, grouse populations, and I'm talking about the hunting ones now, but proper habitat management benefits every wildlife species. And they're all intermixed. For example, our wolf population is strongly dependent on our deer population. So we can't let this get too far ahead to the point that we have a wildlife desert out there because we haven't been keeping up with the habitat management. That's where my concern is.
Understood, board member Kazmierski, and I share your enthusiasm for increasing wildlife habitat management. I think it's important. I think it's a worthwhile goal. I would say that it is a priority for the department. We spend, like I said in our presentation, in 2022, over $11.2 million for habitat management, in addition to the federal funding that we devote to it as well. So I would say it's a priority. It comes down to what are other priorities? It also comes down to, I guess, as Tim Gary said, reasonable people can agree or disagree. And if there is an appetite for additional wildlife habitat funding, we certainly support that in terms of how we can move forward with that from the board.
Well, so 11 million is what, 2% of our annual budget or biannual budget. So my question there is it a high enough priority within the department to make those requests to the legislature?
We do everything we can with the resources that we're given from the legislature.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry.
Broader question, not just on habitat, but overall management, maintenance of our facilities. And we've been talking about this for, Stephen, it was way before your time, a good 12 years now. Where all of a sudden it comes down to whether or not this board wants to approve any more land acquisitions because we can't take care of the stuff we got. That's a problem. In being in the real estate business, I can tell you that when you start buying too much property and you don't take care of it, the value is going to go down. So I would challenge the department to start looking at that reality because of limited funding. And that's what we got to deal with every day. Everybody's got a budget. We got to work on that budget. As you said, Steve, how do we prioritize where we're spending the money? And, maybe, I'm the real estate guy and I review all the appraisals and stuff. And I like seeing us selectively picking opportunities that come in front of us because we never know when those opportunities may vanish in the future. That we have these in holdings and we have contiguous property. It would be of great value to the citizens of Wisconsin. And we got to pass on it because we're not taking care of our other stuff. So I think it's a play on Kaz's comments that, maybe we need to seriously look at going to the legislature and saying, hey, we need a pot of money for these purposes. Now, there's some risk associated with that because then the ones that don't want us to buy any more property are going to say, told you so, we shouldn't be buying any more property. So we got to be careful with how we approach that. But I think it's very, very important that we make a concerted effort to take care of our properties, which includes habitat management.
Terry, I couldn't agree more. I guess I would respond in a couple of ways. Number one, and Tim Gary mentioned this in his presentation with the 1/3, 2/3 mix of allocation in terms of how we can spend that money. That decision is largely taken out of our hands in terms of how much we can spend towards acquisition. You will note since 2013, the majority, 2/3 of our acquisitions are easements, and there's no property development, aspect of that. Secondly, I will say that the governor will be releasing his capital development budget next week. We are hopeful that there will be significant resources put into capital development projects for the agency. I think we all share your concern about making sure that our properties are the best, world-class, the best they can be, as well as habitat management.
Well, I'm off my soapbox. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen. Any more questions, comments from the board? Very informative presentation. Stephen, Tim, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ashley advises me that lunch has been delivered. It's shortly past noon. I would also recognize that our next agenda item, we have Charlie Henriksen scheduled and waiting to appear before the board. Charlie had assured me his comments would be brief. I can't guarantee what the questions and comments will be that follow. So I ask you, is this a time to take a break for lunch? Should we hear Charlie?
Charlie's
first
saying
and
no.
then break? Or keep rolling?
Let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
Let's get done.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. All right. I'll take that as sort of a quorum or a majority, so let's keep rolling. Okay, let's move on to informational item 6E, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board update. Charlie Hendrickson, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board Chair. Charlie, are you there?
Thank you. I'm here. Thank
Welcome.
you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Smith, Secretary Payne. That's the first time I've said that to either of you in a formal setting. So this is nice, and how we're changing here is going to continue to be productive. So I'm a commercial fisherman. I operate in Door County. My main operation is in northern Door County. I'm partnered with my son Will and my daughter-in-law Christy, and we run a food producing business where we harvest fish, process fish, and we have a retail market. In fact, we're in the process of building a new retail market. So we're not going away. We're here to be here a while. I've been the chair of the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board for 7 or 8 years. And before that, I ran the State Trade Association, the Wisconsin Commercial Fisheries Association. So I was just thinking, I believe it's been 45 years since I first appeared before this board. I was pretty young, but not real young, but I was younger. But anyway, that's for some of the new board members who I haven't formally met and hope to develop a relationship with. And I wasn't going to talk about this, but the previous presentations made me think I should. We operate on a similar authority to the Conservation Congress. We're statutorily appointed to advise the DNR, and we're appointed to our board by the governor. So we don't have terms like you do. So some of us have been there a little bit longer than 6 years, but we serve at the pleasure of the governor. So we're there. And, state law calls for a stable and viable commercial fisheries. So we appreciate what's been done in the last several months to move us in that direction. And it's been really, really interesting. We obviously aren't as organized as the Conservation Congress. We don't have someone like Kari Lee to keep all our stuff straight, but we do a pretty good job, and we have a longtime commercial fishing specialist in Sturgeon Bay, Al Blizzle, that is very supportive to our group. About 5 years ago, because it seemed like we were kind of spinning our wheels, we formalized our process. So we submit a priority list by September 30th, and the department has, by policy, agreed to respond by the first of the year. So at least it keeps us on target with our interests, and we get a formal response, because before that, things just kind of got by the wayside. We also worked very hard with Chandra Harvey in the legal department to redo our bylaws and make sure they were pertinent and up to date. So we are trying to be positive. So I came here in August to give my annual report, and I was not a happy camper. We're not going to revisit that, but I want to say that the response we got, that Secretary Cole started, and it was carried on by originally Sarah Berry, Jean Rombach Bartels, and Cheryl Heilman, to engage us in discussions about how the process had failed were amazing and very encouraging. So they've gone really well. Later on in that process, they brought in Tammy Ryan and Justine Haas, who kind of bridged the gap between the people we weren't happy with and the people who were trying to meet our concerns. I'm tremendously happy to say that this effort has continued under Secretary Payne's leadership, and we're still moving in the right direction. A lot of rules we're concerned about are just, and I don't have a written presentation, which I apologize for, but a lot of it just happened here Monday night and Tuesday night of this week. On Monday night, the department staff gave us an update on the whitefish modeling that was at the crux of our biggest challenge last year, where we had a process where we were going to get fish in the lower bay based on the model. And at the last minute, Lower Green Bay got shorted in that process. So we came to an agreement that we would review it for the 2024 season. And then it was put out there that we were going to look at the model, in summer of this year. And our concern was we would get in the same thing where we wouldn't have time to review it, to make discussions with you. And also, it's the first time that we're going to base a quota change solely on a model. The quota changes have always gone through the rulemaking process. So we're in agreement with the department that the rulemaking process is way too slow to deal with something that dynamic. So we're under a 2 or 3 year review agreement, but we haven't exactly fleshed out how we're going to proceed from here. We have the model, but then there's 2 zones in the lake and there's 2 zones in the bay. So we need to make those separations, and we're going to try and make a recommendation in April, and it may not be till the first week of May that we make a recommendation, and then the department is going to bring it to you, is my understanding. So we'll see how that goes. The other thing that happened last night is we had the first lake trout stakeholders meeting on commercial harvest of lake trout. I think I said that right, but anyway, it's a big mouthful. And interestingly enough, Gene Rombeck Bartel, our Northeast director, chaired that meeting for us and did an excellent job. And I didn't attend in person because I was afraid of the weather, and I really wanted to be here. So I didn't really feel like I could drive from Cleveland to here at 8:30 last night. I don't have that kind of night vision anymore, So anyway, that meeting, it went fairly well, but we're having a series of 4 meetings, and we're going to review a tremendous amount of science. There was a lot of good things that came out last night, but all that's going to come from these 4 meetings is whether we should write a scope statement or not. So those of you who have been here know that your board suggests that we write a scope statement about our lake trout harvest in December of 2017. So we're still dragging our feet, and we're a little concerned about how this is going to go. I don't want to rehash every part of lake trout, but everybody else can fish lake trout. We're managing the lake to maintain an abundance of alewife, which is detrimental to lake trout. Too much thiamine in their diet inhibits natural reproduction. So everybody else can take fish and we can't. And the amount we're asking for is still below what's been the recommended harvest level since the 1980s. And there's a tremendous amount more fish there. So as this progresses, I can't believe that we're going to come to a conclusion at the end that the linchpin of lake trout rehabilitation is whether we take 20 or 40,000 fish. It's just not. We're planting 2 million lake-wide every year. Wisconsin cut back their planting because they said there were too many. We talk about taking the show on the road. When you were in Michigan several years ago. And the Lakeshore Business Association showed up there. It was the same meeting where our board had dinner with the Resources Board. So it was a good meeting, but they came up one after another and said, lake trout are rehabilitated, stop planning, take off the limitations on harvest, the bag limit and the season closure. And then they walked out, and we supported that because we were under the impression that the next step was to discuss our participation. So we've been patient, and we're continuing to be patient. We're going to work through this process, but it just really has to happen. The other thing, you approved a scope statement for the trawl rule. That was kind of on the back burner. And the problem is that the permission to trawl out of Two Rivers for whitefish is going to expire. And we wanted to get the discussion started. We didn't want to get right up to where that was going to end. So we're very happy that the staff under the upper management has moved that forward so closely. We've been told that the legislature wants to have a preliminary hearing, so we're going to have all this stuff going on, but at least it's moving. So, which is one of the things that was really unsettling, that every rule that dealt with fishing, there was just like this last minute flurry. I mean, the whitefish rule, we had the economic impact analysis, the public comment, and then the thing at the board here, and it happened in such a compressed period. So people who we were asking to submit testimony to, well, I just did that, last week, and it's like it kind of compressed it. The other thing that I'd like to say is a couple of our other concerns about EFERS and about the restricted area. We're having discussions. I don't know exactly where that's going to go, and neither does anyone else, but it's not quite as pertinent as some of this other stuff. So two things here. When John Pullman talked, and he talked about who are the fans. Well, that perked my ears up, because the fans of my business are all the people of the state, the consumers. And we talk about stakeholders and stakeholder engagement, and they're not part of that. And try as we might, we have not gotten to where we can galvanize them to. I mean, we probably need a big chunk of money for a publicity campaign and engage consumers to support our business. We had a tremendous amount of support in the last rule package. Secretary Smith spoke very eloquently at the meeting where it was approved about how we give everyone access to the fish here in Wisconsin. So I think that's been lost in the shuffle, and the way you guys have dealt with our concerns about that are very heartening to me. I really appreciate it. So, and then continuing with that, the charter of the Conservation Congress has said birds, animals, and fish belong to the people of the state. So we want to give them to the people of the state. That's why we're here. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Any questions, comments from the board?
Bill, if I could.
Go ahead, Terry.
I want to thank the department and staff for taking the initiative to address the concerns that were expressed in August. Thank you, Sarah, and Cheryl for grabbing the ball and taking it down the court, because very, very important.
Yeah.
And we want to have a very successful commercial fishing group to provide those food sources for our citizens. So it's a very, very good thing to see that happening. Thank you.
Yeah. So one, I don't want to keep you here too long, but one part of that is the dialogue has changed. Back in the 80s, there were too many of us, and we couldn't be regulated, and we had part-timers who were jumping up and violating, and so we fully implemented limited entry in the FM 4088. So it went into effect in 1989, where everything went under quotas. Well, then we've had issues, primarily environmental, and the mussels would be the biggest concern, where we're not having reproduction. We've lost our perch in the lake. You know, that season's been closed for 25 years. Our chubs have stopped growing. So our fishery has shrunk. And then we've consolidated the whitefish fishery, you know, that's left. So now what we're hearing, instead of, boy, we got it down to a manageable level, we're hearing, oh, there's only 9 of them. Who cares? You know, so that's a balance. But we've been good citizens. We've done what we were encouraged to do as far as consolidating the fishery. And we spent a lot of money, you know, buying quota and consolidating. You know, people don't give that away. It has value. So that's an important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Any more questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Charlie. Sounds like we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to department secretaries matters. Secretary Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Charlie, and the other speakers who spoke. Stephen, I think you delivered very comprehensive overview on stewardship programs. So thank you, everyone who spoke today and provided input. We always learn so much during these discussions when we come together. When I was at the last meeting, we were just on the heels of the state of the state, and the governor had presented the state of the state and some of the investments that he was seeking to make. And of course, recently, we just had the governor's proposed budget, and Stephen touched a little bit on that. We're going to see the capital budget, we hope, by the end of the month. But personally, I'm really enthusiastic with the investments that have been offered by the governor in water quality, in our parks, in our maintenance and repair backlog, and public safety. We'll certainly be sharing more of those specifics as we go forward. I appreciated Casu and Terry talking about the importance of habitat. We all know how important that is, and that certainly is important to our organization. So I thought that was a good discussion, but very enthusiastic about the investments that have been made. And if you look at the history of our agency, those investments have not always been real strong, or they've ebbed and flowed, right? And of course, as we listen to people, whether it's Conservation Congress or any of the other many stakeholders, they often share with us what we need to do more of. And clearly, water quality is one of them. So I'm looking forward to supporting the governor's proposals, and ask that as a board, we certainly step up and participate in supporting those initiatives as well, because there's so much good work to be done in this state, and our citizens are counting on us. So really enthusiastic about that. I also enjoyed participating in the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation listening session Saturday. And I know Marcy went online, and Chairman Bill Smith was there, Supervisor Sandy Noss was there. And as you know, there's been a lot of interest in our draft wolf management plan. The Wisconsin Wildlife Federation has provided a number of very thoughtful comments. We've received, I think, upwards now of about 3,000 comments. So we're going to have a lot of work to do just to go through those and thoughtfully consider them. But I want to not only do we have people like Charlie here today, or Rob Bowman, who was speaking on behalf of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress, but also want to give a nod to the membership of the Wisconsin Wildlife Federation for pulling some stakeholders together up north and allowing that meeting to be a virtual meeting where folks could listen in. And that was the point, to listen. And we did so. That video, or that 3.5-hour listening session or so, was videotaped and will be shared with us as staff. We've received it already, and key staff will go through that, and those comments will be part of the record. So again, we appreciate that input. I also, again, with the Conservation Congress, Kari, that was just an excellent overview. Learned so much from you on that, and appreciate you taking the time to do that. And as I reflect more on the Conservation Congress, as you pointed out, they're their own entity. And so clearly, when it comes to their organizational structure and the hearings and the timing, they need to take a leadership role in that. It's not our job as the Department of Natural Resources to tell them what to do or how to do it, but we are partners. And we learned more about that earlier, about just the financial aspect of that partnership. But I've already committed to Rob, because we've had a few conversations already, that after these spring hearings, we're going to engage sooner rather than later and be discussing that partnership more and how we can work more effectively together going forward. So we don't get into the fall or winter and we're not on the same page. I want to make sure we're on the same page, but I think that we have to be very respectful of their statutory authority to organize and how they operate. And just like any organization, just like the Department of Natural Resources, there's always room for improvement for all of us. So I'm looking forward to working with them and many others. And then finally, as you can see from the list, we have some retirements to recognize, and I apologize in advance if I get some of these names wrong, but we have Wayne Hazel, Parks and Recreation, 16 years, Randall, I'm going to get this one wrong, Besenin, Fisheries Management, 19 years, Warden Dale Hotchhausen, Public Safety and Resource Protection, 25 years, Richard Rosen, Public Safety and Resource Protection, 28 years, Reagan Arndt, Parks and Recreation, 30 years, Wayne Utke, Technical Services, 33 years, and Philip Noraki, Technical Services, 41 years. You look at the combination of those years of service for this organization and the impact they've made in our agency in this state, very impressive. So I would ask that a motion be made to recognize.
So moved.
These employees.
Second. Kaz.
Sounded like Terry primary and Kaz on the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Let's move on to item 7B under Secretary's Matters, real estate.
Are there any questions on the real estate transactions? Any questions? And if not, we can move right along. We have Katie Grant, who is going to provide a very brief update on the discussion we had at the last meeting regarding deer season recruitment.
Hi, guys. Can everyone hear me before I dive in? We're good. Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair Smith, Secretary Payne, and members of the board. I'm Katie Grant, our Director of Communications here at the DNR. You heard from me last month. I promise to keep this super brief because I know everyone's stomachs are grumbling and you want to get on the road. But just wanted to talk very quickly a bit further about those deer marketing campaigns that we talked about last month. So to give some context, back in early 2020, in response to a request made by the board, former Secretary Cole asked the Deer Communications team to work together to establish a specific marketing campaign around the recruitment, retention, and reactivation of hunters, deer hunters specifically. Before I go any further, it's important to note right out the gate that this R3 campaign is a completely separate budget from the hunter safety campaign that we've run concurrently annually to remind hunters the importance of tree stand safety, tab K, and taking those hunter education classes. So both in 2020 and 2021, we executed campaigns that were more focused on the last two R's, the retention and reactivation, with a small focus on recruitment, given the timing and kind of long-term strategy that needs to come along with that. This last year, the 2022 season, was the first year that we had a much more comprehensive focus given to the recruitment side of things rather than the retention and reactivation. So as I kind of talked about last month, in addition to recruiting those new hunters who were about 18 to 45 women, maybe in urban areas, we did have that slight focus on retaining and reactivating those legacy hunters. The main hook for these ads was just simply want to go hunting, and it featured images and videos to show the excitement and thrill of the hunt with a go with a friend vibe to address the fact that we learned from our new hunter research that people are more likely to go if they're simply invited by a friend. So to give you a really quick taste of what one of those ads looked like, I'm going to try to share my screen here and make this all happen magically. All righty.
DNR.wi.gov is Wisconsin's one-stop hunting shop for new hunters. Learn how to get started this hunting season, find public land maps, buy your license, and more. Whether you're looking for hunting basics or getting ready to head out with friends, make the most of your first experience at DNR.wi.gov. Go wild in Wisconsin and join the hunt today. Brought to you by the Wisconsin DNR.
Nope. All right, so that's just a really quick taste of one of those new hunter ads that we had. That was one that would have played before videos. If you're watching a clip online, sometimes you see those ads beforehand. That would have been an example of one of those new hunter ones. We also had a version more targeted at those legacy hunters. So for this 2022 season, we did overall have a smaller budget this year, but we did spend 5.2% more on the actual media buy than in 2021. And those ads were seen by 308% more people throughout the state. It also accounted for 56% more people visiting the DNR webpage during the deer season to learn more about deer hunting as compared to 2021. The other thing that I think is really interesting and that we were very excited about this year is that in addition to that deer campaign, we were also awarded a grant from the Midwest Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to support a small campaign to recruit small game hunters. That campaign had similar messaging. We used that "Wanna Go Hunting" hook with slightly different visuals, more focused on the small game hunting. And those two campaigns overlapped each other to generally encourage people to get out and give any kind of hunting a try. As you guys know from Jeff Pritzel's presentation last month, we did see a small decline in those deer license sales for the 2022 season, about 1.6%. And while that is down and certainly not what we would love to be seeing, we'd all love to be seeing lots more sold, it is a lot better than most states are seeing right now. Their trend is more along, I believe, the 7 to 10% decline area, as opposed to the 1.5%. So that said, we do completely recognize that this is going to be a long game. Getting new people interested takes time, and it can be scary for some. So getting them the resources that they need takes a lot of effort. Most R3 efforts across the country fail because they end before they can be effective at providing those long-term resources, and they're not scalable. So it is important. We will continue to devote resources not only to those safety efforts, but also to the R3 efforts moving forward. And we'll continue to look at adapting our messaging and those overall recruitment efforts, whether it's these advertising campaigns, the classes being offered by the R3 program, et cetera, to adapt to the changing times. So with that, thank you. If you have any questions, I'm certainly open to answering them. Otherwise, we can keep on moving.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions, comments from the board?
I have one, Mr. Chairman. It's
Go ahead,
just a
Jazz.
comment. I just want to thank you for getting back to us on this after the last meeting when I brought it up. So, and I appreciate that. And I think that's the direction we need to go. We're selling a product out there, and that product is Wisconsin's hunting, and we have to look at it that way. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much, Katie. Before we move on to board members' matters, I'd just like to reflect on the agenda and the discussion today. It was packed with a number of items board members have requested over the past couple meetings, and I just want to extend my appreciation to Adam and his team for following up on those things and enabling some meaningful discussions that are of interest to the board and of great interest to the public. So thank you. Move on to item number 8, board members' matters. First one is 8A, spring hearing questions. Are there any questions from board members that you would like to add to the spring hearing?
This isn't a spring.
Oh.
I'm not hearing anything. With that, we'll move on. Item 8B, board members' matters. I'll go around and I can't go around the table very well. There aren't too many of us there today, but in alphabetical order. Sharon Adams, board members' matters.
I'm going to repeat what's been said many times during this meeting, but it was such an energizing meeting to have the stellar reports, the encouraging understanding of the history of conservation and its organization, and this real promotion of public and citizen involvement in the structure. So my matter is thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Next, Paul Burr.
I echo Sharon's address there. I also want to acknowledge and thank all the staff and fellow board members that have helped me find my way here. And I appreciate their patience and also all the staff. I completely admire their commitment to our natural resources. It's a passion for each and every one of them I met with. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate what appears to be the culture of responsiveness that this board has. And I certainly look forward to my term on this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Terry Hilgenberg.
Thanks, Bill. I guess my only question is, are we doing a public hearing on the Wolf Plan? Which I had asked last time.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Comment period ends here February 28th. So we're not going to be doing any public hearings prior to that. However, we're talking internally about the next steps from here. 3,000 comments and growing, I think is pretty impressive. The fact that the chair and vice chair took the time, Sandy took the time to participate at the listening session up north, I think was helpful. But we're getting a lot of input. There's not an issue, I think, with getting input on the draft wolf management plan. From my perspective, now the challenge is going to be really taking time to thoughtfully go through that and make improvements. And I can say, speaking for myself, it's the first plan that I read cover to cover. I know there are people in this room that have read it cover to cover. And though I'm very complimentary and appreciative of our staff's time on that report, I've yet to read a draft of anything that can't be improved. And after we get the input that we're receiving and thoughtfully go through that, without question, there are going to be improvements made to this plan and adjustments made to this plan. So then the next steps will be communicating that with the state, the stakeholders, the people that are really engaged with this. And so we're going to have to put together a plan to thoughtfully go back out. And I prefer face-to-face discussions where you can respond to questions and look them in the eye. I think most of us do. And so I anticipate we're going to be doing more of that, perhaps this summer. I mean, we have to internally discuss the timing of that, but be sure that we go out and effectively communicate with people that we've heard you. And here are some of the proposed changes or changes that we're going to make as an agency to the plan. So by the time we present that to the Natural Resources Board, we're feeling really good about it, that we've really heard people and made some improvements to it. So I see those as the next steps ahead. But as you know, Terry, the deadline was extended for additional comment. That was listening to people and providing more time. And I think we're going to have a lot of comments and good information to go through.
Good. You mentioned, Adam, about attending that meeting. I did, and I think Ashley responded to me, I think. I was not available. I actually have a job too. And wanted to know and you mentioned that it was available to the staff. Can you make that available to us also?
Absolutely. In
Please.
fact, if I'm looking at Diane, maybe we can forward that onto the board. So if you want to watch it, and if you watched it, I participated the entire, I don't know, it was about 3 hours and 15 minutes. Again, Bill was there, Sandy was there. So they certainly heard the good feedback and different points of view, right? I know Marcy was online for a while. The first 45 minutes, it took a little while for the participants to get engaged and start sharing their stories or personal points of view and experience, but then they did so. And there was some good feedback, and it raised a lot of questions to me that I've already been in contact with our team here as we follow through and start deliberating more and following up on those questions. So.
Thank you. The last thing, Bill, is I want to accolade to Diane Brussel. We had a issue up in Shawano, and surprise, surprise, and she grabbed the bull by the horns and took care of it, and I appreciated that very much. And again, it's a compliment to our staff in the department. So thank you, dear.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Greg Kazmersky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I passed out a resolution here. I don't know if you guys have gotten a copy of this yet, but
No,
I don't, but I'll listen carefully.
Yes, I did send them.
Via email?
Okay, so
It's in your email, Bill.
I'm requesting that the next board meeting, that this resolution be put on the agenda and brought forth for the board to vote on. And I don't know, I don't think I need to read it right now. We can do it at that time of the meeting, but so everybody should have a copy of it. Think about it. If you want something changed on it, now's the time to do it before that next board meeting. So that's all I have today, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
there-
thank you.
Could I ask Kaz a question on that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Marcy.
Was there a reason that it went to Joint Committee on Finance and not Joint Committee on Finance and the Governor's Office?
We can add that.
Right, because they at some point have to come to agreement on a budget, so
Suggestion.
That's a
friendly amendment.
good catch.
And that, if I may, Mr. Chair, is exactly why this was a good opportunity to distribute. I appreciate Kaz's leadership on this. He's worked with our team. He's worked with our chief legal counsel, and we wanted to share it today so there could be some further input and discussion. And then we will bring it back at the April board meeting. So thank you, Kaz.
All right, thank you.
Okay, very good, thanks. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to look at it. My screen is busy with other activities right now.
That's all right.
Okay, we'll move on to Sandy Noss, board members matters.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at that either, so I look forward to reading that. I just wanted to follow up on a question I had last month. I was able to talk to Justine Haas about the Panoptics and whether we should be concerned about our panfish populations, and she assured me they're in year 8 of their study, I believe, and if she's there, she can correct me. But she assures me that we're not in an emergency. We have time. And so this is something that's going to be coming up, thinking about the use of electronics in maybe not only fishing, but other things, but she's specifically focused on fishing. So I did not put a spring hearing question forward because of that. So I want to thank Justine for that.
Okay, thank you. Marcy West.
I'm going to reserve mine to continue or reignite the work from my last year's spring hearing question on addressing CWD and continuing to try and figure out how to get access on private lands where the deer herd is out of control. So I will wait 2 months in a row, Terry.
Okay. That brings us to me. I'm going to use my time to comment very briefly on Secretary Payne's remarks at our January 25th board meeting last month, his first meeting. And let me say, Adam, I'm very encouraged by your commitment to strengthen working relations between the department and the board. Your emphasis on communication, collaboration, and working together for well-informed decisions is right on target. I strongly support your direction. I've talked with my fellow board members, and they're interested as well in closer collaboration and effective working relationships. I'm looking forward to working with you in partnership to protect and enhance our natural resources, to provide a healthy, sustainable environment, and a full range of outdoor opportunities for all. And most importantly, to work closely with all the people that we serve, our citizens. So with that, thank you. I offer partnership and look forward to the journey ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, unless there's any further questions, I think we'd request a motion to adjourn.
Paul's been awfully quiet there. Paul gets a motion.
Okay, we've got, Paul, did I hear a motion from you?
Yes,
Okay,
I
and
so
is
moved.
there a second?
Sharon.
A second.
Nobody
There
wants
you
to
go.
go home. Where did the second come from, please?
Sharon Adams.
Okay, Sharon offers the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're adjourned. Everybody travel safely, please.
Be safe.
And thank you all for your patience in working through the rough spots in this hybrid meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day, you guys.